Good evening, victims. That's what you all are, is victims. Right? There is no question in my mind, nor has there been for years, about the existence of ghosts. I know there are ghosts. And I think most of you, the majority of you actually, know there are ghosts too. So every now and then we stop what we're doing, whatever that is. What is it we do here anyway? Anyway, we every now and then stop and we do what we call ghost to ghost instead of coast to coast. Actually, it's the same thing, just new name. And we tell ghost stories all night long. Now, you may hear it in my voice, but if you would like to see it in my face as well, then you're going to want to be absolutely certain you check out tonight's webcam photo, which I took just a very few moments ago. That'll show you, it'll absolutely demonstrate to you what my mood is like. You'll be able to see my mood like that. It's my webcam shot. You know, you go to my webpage, go to program. No. You don't go to program. How the hell do you get there? Let's see. Good. Now I can't even operate my own computer. Here we go. Program and Art Bell Studio Cam. Yes, indeed. Took that a few minutes ago. That'll set the mood for you, all right. I would like to welcome WTSLAM in Lebanon, New Hampshire. Or is it New Hampshire? No, it's New Hampshire. Technically, it's probably New Hampshire, right? 1400 on the dial there. Yo to Sean Baker, the PD. Little do you know what you're in for, Sean. It's going to get a little rough. It always does on these nights. All we do is tell real ghost stories. And, you know, there are a few rules to what we're going to do tonight. Let me lay those down now, all right? Only serious, interesting, scary ghost stories need apply. They're all by phone. Unless you consider yourself to have, because there's as many of you out there as there are ghosts, and a million ghost stories in the night. So only the premium ghost stories need apply. I mean, they've got to be good. So that's rule 1. Rule 2 is, for God's sakes, turn down your radio. Okay? But that's always a rule. Then there's rules about, boy, we have a lot of rules, huh? Ghost photos. Yes, we will accept ghost photographs, as I think now we have I think we have the best collection of ghost photographs on the web. If not, then we're certainly getting close, to the best. And that's thanks to all of you. The same ones that are going to provide the quality ghost stories tonight, I would like to provide quality ghost photos as well. So only the good ghost photos need apply. Now, what does that mean? That means any obvious cigarette smoke ghost photos are out. They've got to be better than that. That means a ghost photo with a camera strap blurring the front doesn't count either. Occasionally we get the real thing. Last night, the night before. It was the night before. Somebody led me to, I think it's the 5th page in the gallery Ghost Photos, fifth page, I think, and that there's this picture of this, God almighty, there's an arm coming right out of the television, and it looks, if it's a fake, it's a really, really, really good fake. If it's not a fake, it's everybody's nightmare. I mean, it's just everybody's nightmare. You look at that picture, some caller led me there, and, I slowly, ploddingly made my way there on my own website, and I got to that one. And I thought, oh my God, look at that. And I'd never seen it. I guess it's been up there for a while, but I hadn't seen that particular one. That's a real heart stopper. Absolutely no question about it. So, we want only quality ghost photos sent to webmaster@artbell.com. That's Keith. He is standing by to review and judge your photograph. And if it's up to par, if it's really scary, we're going to put it up tonight. In fact, we've already got new ghost photos up there for you right now. As the collection continues to grow, I mean, there is no doubt. There is simply no doubt in my mind about the fact that ghosts are real. They are. They're as real as we are. There may be questions about what a ghost is, whether it's a human soul trapped here. Surely sometimes it is, right? Human souls do apparently, for at least a period, if not longer, get trapped here on Earth. And then there may be the memory, the sort of, I don't even know what the right phrase would be. The memory, I don't know what it is that's left of a person when their soul has departed, but something that seems to stick around. Maybe that means we have more components than we thought we had. I mean, soul goes this way. The lingering memory of the person goes that way. I don't know. Have you ever thought about that? We may have more components than you thought. Oh, this is really good for any program you do up here. This way of coming back into the show. It's good for any program you do. All right, so you know what we're going to do tonight? It's going to be ghosts all night long. Shall we experiment? You always got to get warmed up in this biz, so let's see. All we're taking are ghost stories tonight. That's it. Got one to tell? Good one? Fine. All other matters are verboten. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
Calling from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Canada, yes, sir.
See you on CJOB here.
Right.
Anyways, I don't know if I met a ghost or a time traveler, but this is one freaky tale, let me tell you.
Well, just sort of lay it out for me real quickly if you can, and I'll try and make a judgment.
Every summer I go and I live in a tent in a campground. One night I'm sitting there listening to a football game. This guy rides up in an old Indian motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
He had skin that looked like leather. He had Texas plates on his bike.
A lot of them in Texas look like that.
He had two stickers on the fender skirts. One said America, land of the free, as long as you do what you're told. The other one had a picture of Mount Rushmore and a picture of Reagan smiling with a tooth that was sparkling. And it said, don't believe any of them. Anyways, we're sitting there talking. I gave the guy supper.
If you're going to give me this kind of detail all the way through, we don't have enough show to do this.
Okay, anyways, we get talking and comparing countries, this and that. Told me that they never really did land on the moon.
Americans never landed on the moon.
He said that.
Uh-huh.
He said not only that, he said Apollo 13 didn't happen the way it said. There was no accident in space. I asked them why this would happen. They said He said the country's morale was down, Vietnam War. He said if you look at when they came back to the planet, the whole world stopped, sat on their seat, on the edge of their seat, and held their breath.
Mm-hmm.
He said they done it for financing, and they done it for the morale of the country. Anyways, he went on and on. I asked him what he done. He told me he was a history teacher, and he kind of grinned and gave a belly laugh. He started telling me all these tales. And sometime I got up, went to use the outhouse. I was about 200 feet from my tent. I came back, he was gone. I never heard the bike. I asked my neighbor beside me. He never seen the guy all night. Nobody in the campground seen this guy.
So you think that he was the ghost of America? Really?
I don't know if he was
teaching you history the way it really was versus the present matrix that we all live in, right?
I don't know if he was a ghost or a time traveler or what he was.
It's close enough. I'll accept that. That's a fair medium call. Ghost or time traveler, who knows? Matrix traveler, how about that? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Oh, man, I'm glad I made it there. I'd like to speak to Mr. Art Bell.
This is Mr. Art Bell.
Hi, sir. How are you?
What can I do for you? Do you have a ghost story?
Yes, I do. I guess it was back in 93. I was in a 7-Eleven. There was just 3 people in this 7-Eleven store, me and 2 people. 2 people came in front of me, and they were going to the yard, where the milk and the soda pops are.
Yes.
And,
generally, yes.
Anyway,
up against the wall, usually.
But anyway, these 2 people looked they were dressed in rag clothes, and they were just a few feet in front of me, and all of a sudden I heard his voice out of nowhere. It says, "Only fools pay." And I was just looking around, and there was nobody there that said that. And
maybe it was a voice in your own head.
Yeah, only fools pay.
Right. Only fools pay. Trying to talk you into copping a soda pop or God knows what else. See? Could have been your own inner voice tempting you. The little guy that sits over on the... Does he sit on the bad one, sit on the right or the left? Then there's a good one. But the good one doesn't get to speak up that much. That sounds like the bad one.
Only fools pay in 7-Eleven. Take it, bud, and run.
First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Art. This is Frank. I'm calling from Orlando, and I'm listening to you on the Internet.
Yes, Frank.
This is quite a few years ago. I was actually pretty young, about 6 years old, 6 or 7. I lived in Long Island at the time, and I had an appearance of some type of apparition in my bedroom window. Stays with me today. I remember it as just like it happened yesterday.
What do you remember it looked like?
It was a definite female, a woman that appeared to be in her 30s. I remember that it was generally all one color, like a greenish or grayish color. And the best description that I can give of her, I could actually see an emotion on her face. It appeared that she looked at me with compassion. If I was to see it today, I wouldn't be frightened. But then I ran out of my room screaming. And I never told anybody about this until about the age of 25. I was mentioning it to my sister. At that point, she told me that she had also seen the same thing in our house.
Oh, no kidding. So
no kidding.
Whatever it was then was in the area of your house, and not just visiting you in particular, but...
I would imagine, it was not something that I saw all the time. It was just a one-time deal. My parents never mentioned anything of it, but we did move out of that house about a year afterwards, and the people who purchased the house from us moved out about 2 months afterwards. Now, I don't know if that's related or not. But
I don't suppose when you sold that house that you disclosed to this happy little honeymooning couple that was going to get it next. That there was an entity in there that would tend to show up by your bed in your window at night.
Well, at the time, I wasn't old enough to have that kind of contact to give that information, but...
You mean you didn't say, Mommy, Daddy,
no.
You've got to tell them?
Well, actually, I have a grandmother who was babysitting that evening, and she does remember me running out of my room screaming. But,
oh, yeah. All right, I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you and take care. Yes? An entity. Well, what do we know about this? We know that ghosts, particularly those produced by suicides, especially suicides, and that is worrisome, seem to hang around the place where they committed suicide, where they took their own life. So I suppose, had you had a chance to, check into it a little bit, you might have found that somebody may have done themselves in on that property somewhere. These days, you've got to disclose that kind of thing when you sell a house. But you and I all know, we both know, don't we, that you would never disclose that, would you? And oh, by the way, you're buying an entity as well. It's in the house here. No, you're not likely to say that, are you? So I wonder how frequently such a thing is invoked. I suppose when there's an official prior history of haunting. Now, how would you establish that? Well, newspaper articles, perhaps? I can see an attorney using that. You see, there was publicity about this house. Everybody knows there was something wrong, very, very wrong in this house. A newspaper story like that. So who would want to have one about their house, right? Nobody. Then you couldn't sell it without disclosing what was really going on inside. I'm Art Bell. This is Ghost AM.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind, but he was way behind. He was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sewing on a fiddle and playing it hot, and the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, "Boy, let me tell you what."
I have a way of knowing things. And I know this. If you have a really good ghost story, and you don't try to get through tonight, something really awful is going to happen to you. This has burdened you long enough. This is your opportunity for release by telling your story. And if you don't, it's not my responsibility. You've been warned. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air.
How you doing, Art?
Well, so far so good.
Before I tell you, can I ask you a question?
Possibly.
Do you know what lineage the Vikings were?
No.
I don't either, so I guess it's not going to help. But anyway, I don't really believe in ghost art, but I do believe in demonic manifestations. I believe there's familiar spirits which pose as people that we've known, which are actually demonic manifestations. That
is a really conservative religious viewpoint, isn't it?
Right. Mm-hmm. And I believe there's non-specific demonic manifestations.
And you believe everything that would be that explains the millions of stories we can get on this program and elsewhere, and photographs, all of it is explained by the devil.
Well, yes, because the Bible points it out about familiar spirits, and of course...
And so, all right, fine. We'll go with what you believe your category to be.
But that doesn't mean... But I also believe that it...
I'm not going to argue it with you. You believe it. I've no...
Right.
Fine, believe it. Just tell me, have you had an encounter with an evil, demonic spirit?
Absolutely. But let me just say that I believe that they could be interdimensional beings, too. That doesn't... because that's separate entities.
So you're a little open-minded.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Sure.
Go ahead, tell your story.
Now, this comes with a parallel, too. Me and a friend both had this same experience at different times. It's pretty wild. Not only did we have the same experience, we had been friends for several years, and then all of a sudden we found out, while he was retracing his roots, that we had the same grandfather in Ireland, the same great-great-great-great-grandfather in Ireland, which was very weird because we're both from different areas of the country, and we met each other through work. But anyway... what happened one night is I'll get right to the story. I woke up, and what I saw was really, really scary. There was a big entity in my room at the foot of my bed, and it was huge, and it had horns, great, huge horns on its head. And I'll get to the clincher of this in a minute. But it had great horns on its head, and it had red eyes, bright red eyes, and it was just standing there in my doorway.
Hate red eyes. Hate red eyes.
Right. Well, what I did is I said, of course, and I'm not really. I believe in the Bible and I believe in Christianity, but I'm not a big practicing Christian. But nevertheless, I said, in the name of Jesus, be gone. And the entity walked back through the door and faded away.
All right. And I've heard this a million times.
Well, here's the big...
I'm sorry. There's more?
Oh, it's much more to this.
I was just going to say, though, and this will argue a little bit with your belief system, I know, but you might as well have said, in the name of Art Bell, the paranormal talk show host, be gone.
Well, that might have scared him, too.
It might have, and it certainly would have told us a lot. Now, somebody out there should try. Now, I'm not going to be responsible for any lawsuit, for any bloody popes just sort of lingering and soaking into the bed that are left after this is tried.
But there's a great other part of this story, though.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Me and my friend, we practice coffee drinking at restaurants late at night and talking about things, including your show.
Yes.
We like to talk about your show over coffee. But anyway, I told him about that experience one night. I told him, and he says, well, I had the same experience, the same thing.
Yeah.
And I said, did it have horns on its head? He said, yeah. And I said, something similar to you said, and it backed down the hallway. I didn't tell him one point of this. I said, well, tell me what it looked like. He said, well, the horns weren't really horns. It was like a Viking cap. Mm-hmm. And I looked at my friend and said, I did not tell you this part about it.
Yeah, the lineage.
But that's what it was. It was a Viking cap. I didn't tell him that, but we both had the same experiences. He both said something similar, and his, instead of, just out of the room, his was in the hallway, and it walked down the hallway and disappeared. But it was like a huge Viking.
I'm with you all the way, and I can't think of anything that I would less like to see than something with glowing red eyes. That creeps me out. That always creeps me out. Glowing red eyes, I know, are bad. Very bad. No matter what other form the creature has, the glowing red eyes, oh, they're very bad. And by the way, just so there's no mistake about it, if I ever encountered one of these things and I had to invoke a name to get it gone, you can bet your bottom dollar it wouldn't be my name. You all want to try that, you go right ahead. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Robert, KFI in Los Angeles.
Yes, sir, the mighty KFI.
I have been haunted by the ghost of a dead cheerleader.
Whoa. Not as bad as a lot I hear about, sir.
Oh, yes. She died quite recently. She was murdered by a photographer, and the photographer was sentenced and convicted for murdering her.
Yes.
You remember this story?
No, but well, let's see, do I? I do remember. Anyway, it's not important. Go right ahead.
All right.
Dead cheerleader.
See, I had met her 5 years previously, but I was haunted by her in 1973 when I was in the Air Force. Would be in formation. There'd be several thousand of us in formation going to tech school, and all of a sudden, the entire formation was called to a halt while all the big NCOs and officers came up to look at me, and I'm standing there wearing a cute little cheerleader outfit with pom-poms in my hand, and the airman behind me is rubbing my behind. And after that, my life was a living heck, and I couldn't understand it. Anyway.
Well, I remember boot camp real well. And people like you, if you were really in that outfit, it's like you went home the next day. That was a ticket home. So there can't possibly be more to this story.
Oh, there's funny.
Well, there can't be, except to say that in boot camp, a lot of us in our mind's eye saw cheerleaders.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, in fact.
Uh-huh. Well, everybody saw one.
And there wasn't a woman around to be seen.
Anyways, my commanding officer former commanding officer was Brigadier General Chuck Yeager. Shortly after that, he came down to interview me.
Why?
Because my commanding officer was friends with Yeager, and Yeager came to interview because he heard about it. This is about the time of the comet. This is about time of the comet in 1973, and about the time Colonel Fox of
It never got that weird, sir. Never. Chuck Yeager had a lot of things to do with his time, but interviewing people who had donned cheerleading uniforms in basic training while getting fondled, that would not have been high on his list. I don't buy it, Monk. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Sorry about that. It's a little slow on the trigger here. I'm not a Canadian, so... I really enjoy it. It must be Air Force night tonight. I'm retired Air Force.
Are you?
I was stationed at F.E. Warren Air Force Base the last few months I was in. And since I went retired on active duty, they gave me a position babysitting in the dormitories. The buildings at F.E. Warren are extremely old. They're from about after the Civil War. And I worked very late at night.
That really is old.
Yeah. Quite a nice base. But as I was sitting there, must have been about 3 in the morning, I had a Buffalo soldier report in. And
a Buffalo soldier?
Yeah, full regalia, buckskins, the hat, the pistols. Just terrified me.
You mean just came right up to you?
He came into my office.
Full form, not wispy or anything like a ghost, but just solid human?
No, he was solid to me, and then he left. He just disappeared. Vaporized, I guess, would be the best word for it.
In front of your eyes?
In front of my eyes. About 5 minutes after, everybody in the dormitory knew I'd seen him, because it did scare me.
Well, there are two types after an experience like that. One is, like you, can't keep your mouth shut, going to have to tell everybody in sight just to feel better about it. And the other is, I'm never telling anybody about this. I'm going to go have a little nap, and I'm going to see if I feel better.
Well, I lived across the field from General Blackjack's old house, Blackjack Pershing.
Yes.
And there were reports of lights and stuff in that building, his old house. And I had never believed anything until that soldier reported to me. And that was amazing.
Here's something that I've thought an awful lot about, and that is battlefields. I, too, was in the Air Force, to pile on here, and during Vietnam, and a lot of people died, and, you know, there are a lot of ghosts on battlefields, and I've been, if a ghost is really a human soul still here on Earth, then there would be, in my mind, zero righteousness in the world and a very unfair God to take any soldier who had died in defense of his country and keep him trapped, keep his soul trapped on Earth.
Yes.
How ultimately unfair would that be?
That would be a terrible, terrible afterlife.
Yeah, exactly right. Thank you very much. Terrible indeed. So why then are battlefields littered with ghosts? What sort of God would allow that to occur? The only answer you can really hope for here is that indeed it is not the soul, but some other component of what's left of you when your body is gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Anita from Harrisburg, Oregon.
Hi there, Anita.
Hi. I have a kind of a freaky story to tell that happened to me. Actually, we've had several things happen to us in this house. And anyway, my husband and I had just watched a movie. It was the Amityville Horror. And we're getting ready for bed and went and got in. And I started getting this really icky feeling like something evil was in the room with me.
Yes.
And my husband had gone to sleep, and we had our 1-year-old son in the same room. And he started fussing and wouldn't settle down. And I was starting to doze off. Every time I doze off, I'd jump awake, like something kept bothering me, or, you know, and I had this real evil feeling. And about 3 o'clock in the morning, I had dozed off, and I jumped awake again because it felt like something had taken a finger and run across my feet at the end of the bed, and I heard a hiss. It was a hiss.
And you don't have cats?
No, we didn't have any cats.
Hisses are really bad.
Yeah, But I had the light on all night. I was laying there on my back, because, so I could see all around the sides of me. And anyway, I was so scared. I didn't know what to do, so I said, just said a quick prayer, and that feeling went away. And we finally,
and son, whatever it was, went away.
Yeah, it did. And my son settled down, and I settled down, and we slept the rest of the night. And
well, I guess we've got to ask: is that really the power of God? Is the prayer the invocation of the Lord's name?
Yeah, but if
Jesus, does that really drive these things away, or is it just the command, your command, your mental command to be gone?
Yeah, but before that, my husband had seen a big figure in our doorway of the bedroom. He just saw the form of it, and this was like probably a couple months before my experience. And then it went away, and then a couple nights later, he woke up, and it was right in his face. And he goes, "What do you want?" And it says, "I want you." And he just laid there. He was just frozen. And then I woke up, too, and he was just drenched in sweat.
My God, you mean you both saw him, or you when you awoke, you saw him drenched in sweat, huh?
Yeah, he was all freaked out, and
I that's interesting, because I've never heard of anybody coming back from "I want you."
Yeah, I know. Well, when we moved into this house, we had to clean it out, and upstairs there were stacks and stacks of witchcraft books, and we kind of think that had something to do with it.
Do you know anything about the former tenants?
Not really. Just that they weren't very clean. We had to clean up the whole house.
And they obviously had a big interest in witchcraft.
Oh yeah, big interest. And even my kids, when they were little, they slept up in that room where we cleaned the books out of. And my oldest son said he would see, he described them as white ladies dancing in the closet. And he said that they made kind of a growling sound.
Growling?
Yeah. Yeah, so we've had a lot of weird stuff happen here, but...
That's another thing that would be really upsetting to me, would be a female growling.
Yeah, yeah, and my older daughter had seen him too, at the same time. So I knew that they, and they were totally serious.
That's even more serious. When you have, like, two witnesses, two family members who see the same thing at the same time, if that really happens, time to move out.
Well, actually, we had a house fire, and it burned the whole upstairs.
You're kidding. Did it really?
Yeah, and so my husband remodeled the whole house, and we tore the whole top of the house off completely. And ever since then, we have not had anything happen here in this house.
Well, I wonder, but what does that say?
I don't know. That's really, that's another thing I found really strange, because, after the house fire, we rebuild the house, and then nothing happens again.
So you burned the ghost out, or the ghost burned itself out. And what caused the fire? Do you know?
Well, they think it was an extension cord, but they're not sure.
Yeah, that's almost as good as swamp gas for UFOs.
This house was built in 1940, so lots of things could have happened here.
But see, that sort of seems to say that whatever it was locked into that physical place, that physical building.
Uh-huh.
And so what in the world do you suppose happened to it when it burned?
I don't know. That's what I've always wondered. That's had me puzzled, because, we were having so many weird things happen here, and then all of a sudden, it's gone.
Well, a lot of people in the audience scoff at this kind of thing, and they say, baloney. Stories, made-up stories. Not made up, is it?
No, none of it.
I appreciate your call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care. No, not made up. Unfortunately, these things are real. I wish that we understood more about them. And try as we might, it seems nearly impossible to achieve that. Once again, you might take a glance at my webcam photo tonight when you get a chance. It was my in the mood photo. Well, let's see what lurks upon the wild card line. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Extinguish your radio.
I did.
Do you have a ghost story for us?
I certainly do, sir.
Let her rip.
Okay, so I was in my house in Plymouth, New Hampshire, where I actually rented the apartment above an accounting office. And one night, at about 10 o'clock at night, all of a sudden I heard some loud noise, which sounded like somebody was down there slamming one of the doors. Then I heard what sounded like somebody going into a file cabinet and just ripping through the files. Like you could just hear papers flying through.
Yep.
And then, and I was scared. I said, well, I yelled down to it. I said, who's down there? And I said, I have a gun up here. And no response, just started tearing through them even more. So I went and I called the local police. They showed up in 3 minutes. The noise stopped pretty much right as they showed up. I went out and, greeted them, and they were like, well, what's going on? And they went and they checked all the doors to make sure nobody had broken in. And then sure enough, they said, oh, there's nobody in there. They shined their lights in there, whatever, and they left. Well, the next morning, or later that night, I heard nothing more. But then the next morning, the accountant came in and said, I went down there and said to her, this was my landlord, I said, I thought, I have to tell you, I called the police last night. I thought someone had broken in and been going through your files. She was like, well, nothing's out of order. And she's like, that's really weird because I couldn't tell. It felt like somebody was holding the door when I tried to come in this morning.
Oh, really?
Is this Art Bell?
Yo, of course it is, yes.
Yes, okay. Well,
like somebody was holding the door and she couldn't get in?
Yes, sir.
While all this was obviously going on, huh?
Yes, and then she went around the front, unlocked it, and went in, and went back to that back door, and that door was unlocked, and no one was there. And I was looking out every window in that house to make sure that nobody came running out of there because it is a college town.
I've got to go at that point. Thank you. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and tonight we're telling only ghost stories. That's all we're doing. Ghost stories. If you don't have a ghost story, don't call. And it better be a good one, too. And we're only taking quality ghost photographs sent to my esteemed webmaster. If you have a ghost photograph that just won't quit, not smoke, not, camera straps or anything like that, we want the real McCoy. Send it to webmaster@artbell.com, and we will post it tonight during the program. You can go look at it. By the way, I've got my own webcam. Remember when you were a kid? Well, wait till you see what the results are with me earlier tonight on my webcam. It says volumes about my mood. I look at my own webcam picture and it scares me. I did that myself. I look at that and I go, oh my God, what's in me? Maybe that's a good question. What's in me? You take a look at that. Do I have my evil side? God, I look terrible. Absolutely terrible. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Glad to have you back, Art.
Thank you.
My name is Andrew. I'm in Castro Valley, California.
Oh, yes.
Listen, I have a story that took place in 1980. I was a sophomore in high school. I don't know if you know where the town of Auburn, California is.
I do indeed. Oh, yes.
Well, I went to high school in Auburn there. The high school was previously a university that my father attended. Just about a half a mile away, there was the Auburn Courthouse. Very famous building, huge. And it had been abandoned for at least 40 years. Right after the war, they stopped using it and moved the courthouses to a more modern building. And I was an aspiring filmmaker in those days in high school, and so I managed to get permission from the county clerk to go in and do an amateur film in there, and I got the keys, and I went into the place with 2 or 3 friends of mine.
This was going to be what? Just some historical film?
No, this was just going to be kind of a romp, kind of a fantasy little thing. I didn't quite have it worked out. We were kind of winging it as far as the film goes.
Yeah.
But it was just an interesting background once I got in there. I had no idea what I was in for. as far as the story goes, and the architecture, too, was pretty amazing. We got inside the place. If you can imagine, just a huge box, basically, made of stone, 3 stories high, and then on top of that was a giant rotund, much like a Capitol building rotund.
Oh, yes.
And on top of that was a little miniature rotund where you could get up, kind of the crow's nest.
No, I can picture it. I've seen the buildings.
Okay. Well, we got in there, and the whole downstairs was all marble. I think it had been redone in the 20s in kind of Art Deco style. And there was dust and cobwebs everywhere. And we started setting up our equipment and looking around, and mostly we were using the film as an excuse to goof off, because it was just such a tremendously interesting playground, and to have the keys to this place, I felt like I was getting away with something. But we started hearing banging noises coming from the upper floors, and we hadn't been up there yet, so we didn't know if anyone was in the building or not. And so we went up and checked it out. 2 of us did, and we had our girlfriends there. They stayed downstairs. They didn't want to go up, and there was no one there. So we came back down. We looked in all the courtrooms, and believe me, the courtrooms were lavish. Dark varnished wood.
Oh, even modern courtrooms are that way, and all through the South they stay that way. I mean, they're really old, as you point out, heavy wood, carved wood. You really have the feeling of old, sure.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. And in the downstairs, there were safes. There were these enormous safes with brass and steel and iron, and they were just open, several of them. And so we filmed some footage down there, and this banging continued. And so then after having found out that no one was in the building, the banging persisted, and we started really getting nervous. And yet, at the same time, we were intrigued. We wanted to see something almost, We wanted to go up and have some experience, I guess, at that age. And so we kind of sneaked up there and looked around, and there was, again, no one there, nothing there. The electricity was on, so we could work the lights. And we came back downstairs, and I noticed that all my papers, my script in my little folder, was not on the bench where I left it. And I was looking around for it. Maybe I left it over where the safes are or somewhere else. And so I searched for it, couldn't find it, and then went back upstairs carrying all the equipment with us. And I noticed that, of all things, my camera strap was gone. Someone had actually taken the camera strap, unsnapped it off of the camera, the movie camera, and it was missing.
Yes.
So we carried everything up into this gigantic courtroom, and lo and behold, on top of the bench, on top of the judge's table or desk, there was my book and the camera strap neatly folded across it. And there was only 4 of us. The girls were really reluctant to come upstairs at all, and so there was me and my friend. And I would have noticed if either of us had been carrying the book or the camera strap. And I went back down and asked the girls, how did the camera strap get off of the camera? And they said, oh, we don't know. We've just been sitting here the whole time. They were down there, having sodas and eating food or whatever. And so I'm like, okay. So we went back upstairs, and we had turned off all the lights because we wanted to see if we could do filming in the dark, with the present light coming in through the windows.
Only the young and stupid.
Well,
I mean, after all this, you're turning off the lights. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so we go back upstairs, and the light in the one courtroom is on. Now, I didn't think anything of it because, who knows, my friend could have gone back up there and turned it on, whatever.
Sure.
So we're in the courtroom, the light is on, I'm filming a little footage, and then the banging happens again. So all of us go downstairs, and the girls want to leave. They don't want any part of it now. They're scared because we've already told them there's no one here.
Proving again, girls are smarter than boys.
pretty much true. And but adventure kicks in, and so we really wanted to know what was happening.
What you call adventure is actually Stupidity and youthful testosterone running out of control. Anyway, so fine, you go.
Well, the girls decided to go, and it was, the lunch hour that we had, and that was pretty much over. So, being studious individuals, they went back to school, and we stayed there, of course. And on the downstairs floor, there were cells, holding cells. Made of.
That's right. There would be cells, wouldn't there, in a old courthouse?
Well, there sure were, and a couple of them had doors at both ends. They were like long, narrow cells with a door at one end, iron bar grates, and a door at the other end.
Gotcha.
Well, we went inside one of these cells, made sure that it couldn't lock. There was no lock on it, and the other end was wide open. We walked in. The door behind us slammed shut. For no apparent reason. And so our instant reaction was to run like the dickens and go out the other end.
Yep.
Before it slammed shut. I mean, we were terrified at that point.
And so you made a dash for the other side.
We made a dash for the other side. We got out and entered into a different part of the courthouse and circled back around to where we'd started, and it was open, as if it had never happened.
So let me guess, you went back in.
Well, no, we didn't go back into the cell. At this point, it had become like a game. We were just waiting to see what the next thing was that was going to happen. And we couldn't let it go. I mean, we weren't seeing anything. We weren't hearing voices or anything. We were just convinced that somebody's playing with us.
Yeah, well, these kind of games in the movies end up with dismembered bodies. Anyway, anything else?
Well, there was one final punctuation that made us all never go back. And that happened right outside the building in broad daylight, probably 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Up on top of the building, there were 4 statues. And they were the typical statue of justice, holding the scales and the sword.
Gotcha.
Except they weren't blindfolded. They just had their eyes closed.
Right.
4 women on the cardinal points of the compass on top. We were approaching the building. Just the 2 of us, my friend Aaron and myself. We looked up. We were just about to go in the front door. I had the keys in my hand. We looked up at the statue, and her eyes were open. And then they closed.
And they closed while you watched?
They closed while we watched. And we looked at each other, and we literally did a double take. We looked back up at the statue because we both recognized that we both had seen it. And we looked back up, and her eyes were shut. And that was it. We turned around and went right back to school.
The first smart move you made. That's some story, all right. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Take care. When you look up at a statue and the eye opens and then closes, it's really time to go. I bought the whole thing, and the only thing that could have caused me to reject that entire story would be if they'd have, climbed up to investigate the statue or gone in the house. That would have been too much for me, but I'll buy what he gave. That wasn't bad. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Oh, there you go.
Where are you?
I'm on Long Island.
All right.
New York. This is Russ. This is my first time call. And I have something that happened to me when I was 4. I'm 47 now.
Okay.
And what happened was I was running around the house after my sister. My sister was 8. I was 4. And I couldn't catch up to her. And she ran down the basement stairs. I ran down there after her. And she's running around the basement and she's laughing, and I'm trying to catch up to her. And as I was trying to get her, I saw the basement door open. And so I said, the heck with it, and I ran up the basement steps to go outside. And when I got to the top of the steps, I noticed my sister was in the backyard playing, and I looked down the stairs, and I said, well, if she's out there playing, then who's laughing downstairs? But, at 4 years old, who really, thinks of anything scary?
Yeah, of course not. You don't.
So then I just went outside, and I continued to play. That was the first thing that happened. Then as I got older, my father would yell up the stairs at me and wake me up around 2 o'clock in the morning and say, what are you doing up there? Get to sleep. So I said, you just woke me up. So
So something was going on around
you. He said he heard walking around. He says, you're walking around up there. I said, I'm not walking around. I said, you just woke me up. So now years go by, and I'm in the kitchen, and he's in bed sleeping, and my brother is upstairs sleeping now in that room, and and I heard walking around, and I went by the stairs, and I says, Jimmy, what are you doing walking on? What are you doing? So I went upstairs, and my brother was sound asleep. So I got a chill went up my back, and I says, geez, this is what my father's been hearing all these years,
There you are.
And so that's been going on for, that happened, that went on for quite a few years.
Have you ever seen anything?
Yes, I did. Scared the hell out of me, too. I was around 15, I would think. And we had a whole, we had company over the house. It was a party for some reason. I don't know what it was. But anyway, there was a lot of people in the house. And I was coming out of the bathroom. And directly across from the bathroom is my mother's bedroom. Mm-hmm. My parents' bedroom. And, so as I opened the door to come out, I saw a woman standing in the bedroom at the edge of the bed in a long white gown. I couldn't make the face out, but she was, it was just beautiful. That's all I can remember. It was just beautiful. And I went into the kitchen and I said to my mother, I says, who's the lady inside in the bedroom with a long white gown on?
This sometimes could be a really bad thing to go tell Mom.
Well, she said...
Anyway.
Well, she said, I know what you're saying, the bride and all that stuff, but no, she says, no, there's nobody here, and there's no one in the house with a long white gown on. So I says, I'm telling you, there's someone in your bedroom there. She's standing there at the edge of the bed, and she's looking out towards the hallway. And so we went in there, and of course there was nobody in there. And from that point, whenever I went past her door, I would never look in. Thank you. But because I did not want to see that woman again. Then there was one time where I came home from work pretty late, and I walked in the house, and it was dark, and I said, Ma, you home? Because I heard the TV on in the den, and she always kept the lights out. She just kept the den lights on, and
sure,
with the TV on. So she goes, I'm home. So I said, okay. I walked inside, and I walked in the den, and there was no damn TV on, and there was nobody home. So I flew out the door. I mean, I got these chills that went crazy. I just shot out that door. Then I was sleeping, and I woke up.
We don't have a lot of time now, so.
Okay. All right. I was sleeping in my room, and the whole light was on. This was when I was just a kid, and I looked over towards the doorway, and there were two dark figures standing out my doorway. I don't know what they were, but they had these, they were shadows, and they had hats on, and they were I would say about 3 feet tall.
Oh, we know what they are.
And,
we know what they are.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you something, Art. They were standing outside my door, and then I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I said, I'm fully awake here. I was rubbing my eyes. I said, what the heck is that? And I looked over again, and now they were in the door. They were about a foot inside the door. So I just laid down straight. I could not believe what I was seeing. I just wouldn't, I just would not believe that there was something in the room. And with that, something grabbed my feet, and I shot up through the covers, and I went for the light, and I put it on, and there was nothing in the room.
Yeah, so physically grabbing your feet.
Something grabbed my...
Now, that would scare the hell out of you. I agree with you. Thank you very much. Bad enough to see things, hear things, walking about, and then see things. But the line is drawn at the grabbing of the feet. If something physically yanks on you, that means it's strong enough to have manifested itself physically in this world, and if it wants you, it's going to have you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Hi. I'm from Indiana. I'm private in the U.S. military Army.
Oh.
And my sister had a story quite like the females before, but, I had just a little bit to add to that myself because I had one of the experiences somewhat in the same time. And we were young, living in a Army base out in Fort Meade, Maryland. And my sister was up all night frequently, and she was always scared, and she was always running to the bathroom, and we just thought she was having bad dreams. Well, what the young lady had described earlier was exactly what my sister was talking to us about, and still continues to talk to us to this day. Something was literally scratching at her feet and grabbing at her feet, and she would run into the bathroom, shut the door, and just cry her eyes out. Now, during that time, I was also having things waking me up by breathing up in my face, and it would scare me so much that it would wake me up.
Right in your face?
Right in my face, and it just scared me completely, and Mom did not know what was going on with her kids. Now, at one time, I had felt something actually grab me, and I thought I was sleeping. I thought it was a dream, and to this day, it still feels like a dream, but I don't know. You tell me. But it almost felt like I was lifting up out of my bed and floating down the hallway, but it still, to me, it seems like a dream. But it
might have been an out-of-body, but when things physically grab at you, it's getting real serious, because if they want you, they got you.
I hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears only whispers of some quiet conversation.
Ghost to Ghost AM, actually. Only ghost stories all night long, and they're all from you. And they better be good ones. Ghost photographs to be directed to webmaster@artbell.com. Travis in Belfair, Washington asks, Art, have you ever considered doing a show in a haunted house for an episode of Ghost to Ghost?
I never dreamed that
you know,
love you.
I might, and I might not. I don't know. If I did it, I would want to go to a real haunted house, and there really are haunted houses, but then I have to ask myself, it would be in the middle of the night, like now, and would I really actually want to do a show from there? And the real actual answer might be no. I'm not so sure I would. I might. I know one thing for damn sure, I wouldn't do it alone. So my wife, at the very least, would have to come along. I think I heard, I don't think so, from the other room, or something even worse. So would I do it alone? No, I wouldn't. Into the unknown night once again. West of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Cheers.
Art, cheers.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay, sir.
I'm calling you from San Diego, listening to you on KOGO.
That'd be the one.
Yeah, Padres won tonight. Go Padres. But, yeah, I'm JD, and I talked to you one time before, I think. I'm the guy I'm really into the Somewhere in Time thing, too. I'm trying to bring it to stage, but before I get into the ghost story...
now you gotta go right to the ghost story.
Well, this has to do with the ghost, because did you know Somewhere in Time was really not that Mackinac Hotel?
Yes, it was actually down near you.
Yeah, Hotel
yes, I know all about that.
And that's a haunted hotel. They have a room shut down. But that's not my story. I am from Hollywood originally, and when I was about 20, I'm 34 now. A girlfriend of mine had a very successful father who bought a mansion up in the Hollywood Hills, and it had been empty for about, 8 to 10 years or so, whatever. And the first night he bought it, he was very excited. He told his daughter, and we went to go check it out, and it had a pool. And I'm a swimmer guy, from Hollywood.
Sure.
Anyway, it was a really creepy pool because all the plants and everything had kind of overgrown, and it was a black bottom pool. But it was nighttime, and I took a dive in, and I'm a great swimmer. It was a hot summer night. It was in August. And
young and stupid, and in Hollywood.
Yeah, I was. And it gets worse. But so I dive in, and when I was under the water, I just got this panic feeling that something was wrong. And I got up, and I got right out of the pool, and I said, something's weird about that pool. So time passes. The gentleman whose house it was, moved in, and he went away. He's got schools in London and Hollywood and New York, so he went away, and he didn't like me seeing his daughter, so I was not allowed at the house. Or anyway, he was in London for 2 weeks supposedly, so I went over.
Good time to see daughter.
Yeah, so I went over and I brought my Ouija board, which I'd been messing around with.
Great idea.
I know. So we Ouija'd there, and we got a hold of, and I'd been familiar with it. She wasn't that familiar, and she thought it was being pushed, but it was these two little boys called Seth and Steve.
You mean that we're giving you messages on the Ouija board?
Yeah, for real.
Now, let me guess. The Ouija board probably said, "Come on in, the water is great."
No, that was Art Bell on East and West of the Rockies. No, they were 4 years old and 7. And the 4-year-old absolutely despised me. He didn't even know how to spell. He knew how to say, like, a few curse words.
I gotcha.
But anyway, moving on. This 4-year-old, I mean, really despised, and my, hair was standing up on my arms. I was like, I don't like this. This is weird. So there were these two boys, and the older one, who was 7 years old, explained that when somebody lived there about 12 years ago, they were not supposed to be hanging out there, but there was a very high wall on the other side of the pool, and they went, and the little 4-year-old fell, and the 7-year-old jumped in to save him, and the 4-year-old dragged him under. They both drowned. So they told us this on the Ouija board. So the next day, the girl's sister came over to the house to hang out by the pool, and we were all out by the pool. She wasn't going to tell her dad either. And she said, "Hey, Amy, did you know that 2 little boys drowned in this pool? And that's why it stood vacant for so long." And we looked at each other. We didn't tell her. So then here, I've never broken a bone in my body ever, once, and I still haven't to this day. But the dad, all of a sudden, the next day, comes home from his, London trip 13 days early. It's like he went there and turned around.
Yeah.
And he shows up and found me there, and we were up in his master bedroom, just, it was not pretty. Anyway, threw me out, but I was going out, and I ran out the back, and I was like in underwear and a t-shirt, and I went, "Oh, no, the Ouija board, if he finds the Ouija board." It was under the bed, so I ran back up, and I got the Ouija board, and as I was running out, something tripped me. I mean, there was nothing there. I was running down but I broke my foot, and I've never broken anything, but I know that little brat, that little 4-year-old, had tripped me. I mean, it was a panic situation. No, this is really real. Anyway, yeah, well, it's ghost night, so, hey, I listen to you every night. You're the best, Art.
All right, thank you.
All right, you have a good one.
Take care. That would be terrifying in more ways than one, wouldn't it? Really, really terrifying to be caught like that. Whether it was a ghost or daddy, both were no doubt life-threatening situations. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Okay. Just wanted to say here, I currently live in a house that has a couple of things in it since we've lived here.
Now? You live there now?
Yep, currently. Yeah, but it's always been here. House is about 20 years old, so it was built new. We moved in new. Nothing's ever happened, but something's always here.
What do you mean? What kind of something?
I guess it has to be spirits of some kind, because, like, we've seen things moving in the house. Everybody who's here, we've always seen something.
What do you mean moving?
Whether it's objects.
Moving in what way?
Like physically moving an object and playing games with it. Like,
now, do you mean like sort of moving across a table? Do you mean something in the air? What do you mean?
Yep. Well, I've seen it myself move. I felt it, like when I, actually wake me up at nighttime. It's rather unusual. Like, I've seen it move objects.
In what way?
Well, like just from side to side or up or down, and then it'll just drop it. It's actually taken objects, and then they've disappeared, and then they'll reappear like a few weeks later.
You know, that sounds a lot like a poltergeist.
Lovely. Well, you know what else it's done? One time my brother, this was before he moved out, my older brother, he's reading a book, and all of a sudden he calls me upstairs, and he's like, Matt, he's like, something happened. I'm like, well, what do you mean? I smelled this awful smell, and it started burning his hair.
What?
Like, seriously, went in the room, and you know that disgusting smell when hair's been burned?
I certainly do.
Yeah, well, that was the smell in the room, and I'm saying, well, what are you talking about? He goes, well, I was reading my book, and all of a sudden my hair started catching on fire. So
that's a strong clue.
Yeah, the strong clue to move out.
You bet.
Yeah, and so it's always it's something
now,
every day.
Could you see anything? Was his hair singed?
Yeah, right at the top of it. Not a lot of it, but definitely enough to smell it. But I mean, that's just one thing. There's every night when I go to bed, it particularly likes picking on me, and it likes picking on my mom every single night. And
how can you handle that? I mean, how can you possibly handle that? How can you not move?
I haven't had a clue. Like, I've gone on actually on vacations, and this damn thing follows me. Like, I'm not joking. I could be in a hotel, and a day later on the trip, I'll just sense it in the room. I'm like, it's here again. It actually follows you around. I don't know how to explain it, but that's...
that's a fine way. You did fine. The question is, how can you stay there? I mean, how can you stay there even one more night?
Burning
hair, that's way over the limit for me.
I know. I'm here every night, and usually by myself, and I'm here right now by myself, and sure enough, 2, 3 in the morning, it starts up. I record music quite a bit for a living, and it seems to enjoy playing with my equipment, whether it be turns it off, turns it on, resets different banks in my synthesizers.
Well, it beats having your hair set on fire.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you. That's not good. That's not good. I know the exact smell he's talking about, and I'm sure you do too. You've smelled burned hair, haven't you? It's awful. But to have your hair self-ignite, that's a really strong sign. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Andy from Largo, Florida.
Hello, Andy.
How are you tonight?
Fine.
Good. Got a story about a glowing tombstone. Up in Michigan, it's really good. Up in Michigan, you know, each town has their little local legends. There was a story about off at 100th Street out in Byron Center, there's this little cemetery, and they say, there's a glowing tombstone in it. And I remember in high school going out there, and yeah, you'd see it glowing through the years. It'd have vandals. One year, some kids took the stone. Well, the Post Farm family that maintains the yard replaced the headstone. And my friend Mark, that still lives up there, said every year, around Halloween, there's a big attraction, a big group of people that go out there. But anyway, it only glows during a full moon on a clear night. Sounds crazy. Well, I had vacation 3 years ago, and when I went up there...
Wait a minute. Let me understand. They replaced the headstone?
Mm-hmm.
Because it was glowing, because something was obviously really wrong. So they put a new headstone in, and it too glowed at a full moon.
The reason they replaced the tombstone is because I guess some kids got in there and actually stole the stone.
I got you. All right.
Or whatever, yeah.
But the new one glowed
and the new one glowed too. Well, when I was like, oh please. Well, when I went up there on vacation, I looked up the Post Farm because I used to know the family, and most of the kids are all grown up and have their kids now. But Helen remembered me, and she talked to me for a little bit. It was nice talking to them, and I thought it was their mercury light or something reflecting, because everybody had cornfields out there. And the cemetery is so old. I mean, the headstone said 1843 to 1920.
Right.
So he'd be, 77 years old. Hendrik Meyer, then the Meyer family from the Meyer farm. And she seemed a little stunned when I brought it up. But before I left, I took my rental car out there one night, shut the engine off by myself, and I'm looking at this, and it happened to be a full moon, and sure enough, the headstone's glowing. Well, Art, there was an old man about 10 feet from the stone. I don't know what he was doing out there, but he was just standing there. Now, most people say, well, how do you know it just could have been somebody else? And not at 2:30 in the morning, because I'm a night owl. I'm up all night. Anyway, it was just really freaky. So I got in the car and took off and told Mark about it when I called him up a few days ago, and he says, oh, yeah, they're very common. But in high school, I don't remember hearing about the old man walking around. So they can't explain it. And I guess through the years, even some students from Michigan State actually broke a small chunk off and had it studied. And all it is just granite and, graphite or whatever.
Oh, well, yes, though, I've seen a lot of movies, and in all the movies, college students who take chips of glowing tombstones die in puddles of mush.
Yeah, really. Hey, before you hang up, one more quick story that you'll appreciate. Remember you telling about the car that stops in a railroad track, then you can see, like, handprints on the back of it if you put powder on it?
In San Antonio, Texas, yeah,
okay,
that's absolutely true.
Right, well, check this out. I'm a waiter in a restaurant, and a table I had the other night went to Clarksville, Tennessee for vacation, where his uncle lives. And the same story, same scenario and everything. And I said, oh, come on. He said, well, we had to spread some butter on the back of the bumper, the back, the part of the trunk, the bumper, just underneath it. And then they put some powder on it, so the powder would actually stick. Well, they say the same story. They've never heard of the San Antonio incident. They never even heard of your show. And I'm thinking, they were telling me this, because I got family that was raised in, Old Hickory, Tennessee.
Well, I don't know. What did they do? Did they go to a railroad tracks?
There's a railroad track.
Park the car, and you're saying that it got pushed off and they had handprints on the car?
Exactly. And the road's not on an angle, and it was an old school bus in the 30s, and a bunch of kids were hit by a train. And as of today, I know enough about, engineering and stuff. Come on. Your car's not going to just start moving by itself. There's no way. The road's flat.
No, absolutely not.
The same San Antonio story. So what is it? But they actually saw the handprints. Well, his wife was just so freaked out about it. It bothers her today.
It would always bother me, and it still bothers me today. Why? Because of all those souls that you would not expect to remain on Earth, there would be the children, right? The innocents, the really young ones. If their lives were taken tragically by a train hitting a school bus, there's no way my mind can grasp the concept of a God that would allow their souls to remain, to push cars every now and then. It just doesn't add up. Either that or the nature of things is not as we would have it be in our world. Maybe there's nothing fair about death at all. I mean, has that ever occurred to you? Everybody thinks, well, death is going to be fair because God's fair and God's good and God wouldn't allow anything bad to happen to our souls, right? But maybe the truth is there's not anything. There's not a damn thing fair about death. Even the innocent children and the most innocent of adults, maybe there's nothing fair at all. That's something to think about. The dark of night, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. L.
Yes.
Hi, I'm really glad to have you back.
Thank you.
Okay, and before I get started, this is a good ghost story about my brother. I wanted to shout out to everybody on FNet there in the Art Bell channel. This is the source, guys. I had just told them my story in there, and they said, you got to call her and tell him this. So,
all right, so you are.
Okay, my brother died a real violent death, and we were at his funeral, and he'd always told us that he'd believe in astral travel and out-of-body experience and practiced all that, and he told us he would find a way to tell us. So we're at the funeral home, and we're in a little room where there's a Coke machine and vending machines, and my brother Bill says, okay, Howard, if you're there, let us know. The lights in the room start flickering, the Coke machine flickers, goes on about 5 or 6 minutes and stops. We talked to the guy who works there, and he says, that's never happened before, he's never had any kind of problems like that in the funeral home. So we were thinking, okay, that might be a coincidence. We're leaving after the funeral, and he had an old pickup truck that was rust bucket, and we had worked on this radio in it for a long time, over a year, trying to get it to work.
Right.
And he didn't want to buy a new one for it because it's an old work truck. And it never worked. We rewired it, put new speakers, tried to hook them up. as we pull out into the road from the funeral home, the radio comes on. It's ZZ Top. It's his favorite song. It plays the whole song, and then the radio goes off, and it's never played since.
Really?
And, yeah, that's...
Really? Oh, that's... in the world of is it a sign or isn't it a sign, that is 100% sign.
Well, it gets better. The light flickering thing, it started becoming more and more persistent and really consistent in my life and my family's life. I moved into an apartment about a month later. The light across the street on the street light was flickering for about a week. Then it moved to the light on my side.
Yes.
And a few days later, the light downstairs, and then the light above my apartment went to about a week. And my brother called my mother 1 minute after midnight on her birthday, all her life. To this date, this is the most convincing evidence. To this date, on her birthday, 1 minute after midnight or 2 minutes, her phone rings. When she answers it, it's a dial tone. And it still happens. We've had friends over on her birthday just to see it happen. Now we don't know if someone's pranking, but for the first couple of years...
I don't think so. That's a conscious thing. Definitely.
But the light thing, it's to the point where my wife believes it now because we can be at the mall and it'll happen, and she'll go to work. She says, it doesn't happen when I'm not around you.
Got you, sir. Listen, I gotta go. We're
okay,
out.
all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night.
I absolutely felt this wonderful love come through me. And so we walked out of the graveyard. It was probably about 4:30, maybe 5 o'clock in the evening. And we walk into the yard, and I'm still feeling all of these. And my husband goes to take a picture, and I thought, oh, maybe they'll show up. So I asked St. Michael to allow them to show up and to show up in this particular photograph. And the odd thing is, they did, but I didn't tell my husband. We got the film back about a year later.
Why wouldn't you tell him?
I don't share stuff like that often because, I'm kind of like that a little bit.
Even with your husband?
No. But I did later because when we got the film back, we forgot to develop it.
Yes.
And I forgot all about it. So when we got the film back, there was this giant light glowing around me, and I had 2 St. Michael's medallions, one in each hand because I was going to give them as gifts to people, and I put one in each pocket. And my hands look like they're on fire. And this giant form is radiating above me, and you can see a face. Now, I have a friend who's a graphic artist, and she went looking for faces. And I said, I'm not going to tell you where the faces are. You tell me. So she went looking for faces, and she does, layout for magazines. She's an editor. So she's got a very detailed eye. And she found another face, which is directly above the cross in the steeple of the mission of Santa Barbara, which looks a little bit like, the picture that you have on your web of Jesus at the Vatican. It looks a little bit like that.
Yes.
And it was really overwhelming. And then I went and I showed this picture to a friend, and she said, I never believed you about your ghosts until I went and visited a friend who went to Santa Barbara, and I walked to that graveyard. She said, I just had to get out of there. I was panicking.
Well, see, now, there's another aspect, thank you, of all this that bothers me. And that is graveyards. Again, I'm going to say this, and I don't know how you all want to be disposed of when your time on Earth is gone. But graveyards don't sound too good to me. I mean, in terms of where I think I would like to go when my time comes. I'm leaning toward the ash idea. This graveyard thing, I don't know. Don't want to think that there's any consciousness left, and if there is, that it's stuck anywhere near a graveyard, because that wouldn't be a good place to spend a lot of after time. We're going to have our electronic voice phenomena people on again soon. They record voices in graveyards. So you see what I mean? Think about your own final disposal. Do you really, really want to be down 6 for at least part of the day? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great. Hello, Art.
Where are you?
I'm in Oklahoma. Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. Yeah, all right.
Okay, I have this one for you. I was this road that I'm referring to, that these two incidents happened on the same road in the same year.
What incidents?
Okay, one is on a school night back in high school. There was I had a stepmother that I had to pay mileage on her car, to use her car to go somewhere. So that's what I was doing. On a school night, I went to a friend's house supposedly to study. And I went over and I picked up two girls. One was named Sue, and one was named Alexis. I hope they're listening tonight.
Hey, Sue and Alexis.
We were down this road in front of an elementary school, and we were driving, not very fast, it's like maybe 35, 40, and a man, an elderly man, and his dog, you could see, I mean, it looked just real as real can be.
Sure. Did what?
I hit him.
You hit them?
I hit the ghost. Now, if you can imagine, I have two teenage girls.
Did you feel a thump?
There wasn't time. I had two hysterical teenage girls screaming at the top of their lungs.
You have my sympathy on that, but I mean, when you hit this, whatever it was, I mean, you hit a dog and a human, right?
Yes, sir.
Or what was supposed to be a dog and a human. And so obviously, all three of you saw the same thing. They wouldn't be screaming otherwise. And so what'd you do?
There was no noise. I had to keep my composure and try to settle them down, and I had to try to decipher and disseminate what just happened.
And so
I was able to, and we all realized something did transpire there, and they wanted to go home, and I took them home. And to this day, I didn't even go home and share that with my parents or my mother or my stepmother, because I had to borrow her car, and I'm supposed to be out studying.
And where was this?
Outside of Chicago.
Outside of Chicago. So if they're listening this morning, they could contact me. And if you contact me, I'll put you all on together, and you can verify that story.
Let me tell you, my uncle, one of my relatives on that same road, he built a nice house about 4 years later. I went to a Christmas party, and his neighbor is an elderly man. And at this Christmas party, for some reason, I started a conversation with this man.
Yes.
And I asked him how long he lived there in the area, and he said forever. So I asked him, I said, down the road there, was there any man that ever died that had a dog?
Yes.
And he said he knew his name. It was his neighbor. He died, a car hit him, and he died.
Oh.
And I'm at this Christmas party with my relatives.
Yep.
And I didn't say anything because I didn't understand it. And over the years, I've listened to Father Martin.
Well, I still don't understand it. It's the scariest, most worrisome thing you can think about. If ever there's an innocent, it's somebody killed out walking their dog across the road, right? And this guy seems to be reliving getting hit by a car or many cars again and again and again. For what? Eternity?
And we, the three of us, we have to live that because it's part of our life, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure it is. Well, maybe the girls will get in touch with me. It frequently happens. There's a whole lot of this that really is genuinely scary because it's just unimaginable to me that people would be sentenced to these horrible eternities. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Brad.
Yes.
In Rancho Santa Fe, just half a mile from the Heaven's Gate incident.
Oh, yes. I can imagine there may be some ghosting about there.
I'm 45 years old. The story I'd like to tell you took place quite some time ago, back in the 70s. If you remember towards the end of the Beatles' career, they embraced transcendental meditation for some time.
They sure did.
Well, believe it or not, when I was a junior in high school, the people that ran that cult came to our school on career day, to a public high school.
I'll be darned.
Under the guise of, they told the people that ran the school that if we all did this meditation, that we would all get better grades. They actually called it the science of creative intelligence at that time.
Did they really? And they thought schools were foo-foo these days.
Well, they bought it, and my mother did it. Just about everybody in the school signed up.
Really?
Well, what happened was after about 3 or 4 years...
Wait. Hold your story at that point. We have a break, so
okay.
I'm just going to hold you over, and we'll finish the story, all right?
Thank you, Art.
All right, stay right there.
Back at home with my wife. We were in bed messing around, and we're both kind of guarded people, but guarded as in, we don't let a lot of things out. I pay attention to a lot of things, and I trust my senses. Well, in bed, we were lost in thought, or whatever you want to call it. I got this feeling come over me as if something was in the room with me, and I never felt this feeling before. But like I said, I trust my senses, and I knew something immediately was wrong.
That'll take away the moment.
Well, it did take away the moment, and suddenly I got a vision in my head that I've never had before, and it was frightening. What I saw was, imagine seeing a pit of hell with brimstone and fire and people in agony, and that's flashed through my head. I don't know how long it took, but it flashed in my head, and I stood up in bed, kind of bolt upright, and I got really cold all of a sudden. This was in the summer.
People in agony?
Yes, people in agony, screaming, writhing in pain.
Many people in agony?
Yes, it was just, like I said, it was just a brief flash in my mind.
Kind of like, listen very carefully. Maybe like a little piece of that, maybe?
That brings chills to me, because it was very similar to what I saw and heard and felt. Anyways, I kind of turned to my left, and I saw something flash on the corner of my eye, and, that really frightened me. And I turned to the right and kind of swung my feet out of the bed, and I saw a figure move from our bathroom into the doorway. And I turned, immediately looked to the doorway, and saw a figure move. Well, that frightened me. I jumped out of bed. I stood in the doorway, and I saw a figure running down the hallway. And at first I thought this was my wife's son, but like I said, I trust my senses. I knew something wasn't wrong or wasn't right. So I go to my wife and push her off the bed and scream at her, "There's somebody in the house! There's somebody in the house!"
Do something, honey.
I start running down the hallway thinking that someone's trying to harm our children.
Sure.
And as I get almost to the hallway, across from my son's room is our bathroom, and I would be directly facing our daughter's room.
Yes.
And when I got in the hallway, a small figure, about the size of my son, about 3 or 4 feet tall, run across the doorway from the bathroom into his room. And of course, I ran into the room, and both of my children are sound asleep.
That's the one time you might do that, run in after something like that. If it ran into your child's room, you'd probably go in after it.
That's right. Well, the kicker of this part is like I said, that made me believe. But after this happened, my wife came out and said, "What did you see? What did you see?" And then she started getting scared. And she said, hold on. And it was like she was praying for a minute. She said, "Hold on." And then she calmed down and said, "Okay, it's gone." I said, "What is gone?" She says, "It." And I said, "What is it?" And she explained to me to a T the person I saw.
Well, okay, thank you. I don't dismiss that. I don't dismiss certainly the fact that prayer can make whatever it is go away, but I don't know that means that, I think we think that means it's erased. Whatever it was is now erased, as far as we're concerned, because it's gone. May not mean that at all. that thing is still somewhere. I mean, you didn't erase it, did you? Well, some of you would think so. Or release it maybe that'd be the word you'd use, release it. All you know is it's gone, right? You don't know gone to where, you know gone. Nevertheless, a tactic, if it works, it works. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yes, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Yes, I am calling from Lorain, Ohio, which is about 30 miles west of Cleveland, and I'm listening to WTAM.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm calling from a haunted house as we speak. Let me start by saying that this has been going on ever since I've been about 5 years old. We have quite a large family, 4 children, and my mom is raising us.
Sounds like you're on a cell phone.
Yes, I am, but can you hear me clearly?
Oh, I hear you, yes.
Okay, well, let me start by saying, first of all, that I have seen things, clouds, formations, shadows. People have heard voices, calling their name. Friends have been slapped in the face in the middle of the night while they were sleeping over.
In your house?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Art, I listened to your last Ghost to Ghost, and we were trying to get a hold of this psychic from WTAM that could tell us.
Oh, yes, the one who was consulting the gentleman there in the sports reporter, I believe, who was living in a haunted house, yes.
Yes. Because me and my brother would like to do a documentary on my house. We are the only owners. My grandfather had built it from his hands, and it took him many years. Friends have seen faces. Friends have seen people. My sister has seen shadows.
Do you realize, though, how dangerous it is if in this house that you're in right now, there are things able to physically manifest to the point where they can slap a face, you are in significant danger.
Well, my mother has called a parapsychologist out in Cleveland State University, and the parapsychologist has told her that by the symptoms that we have named, that he believes it's some kind of child that likes to play games. And he told us, whatever you do, please do not tell him to go away or whatever it may be. Tell him to go to the light. Because if you tell him to go away, he will just go to another household. Have you ever heard of anything?
Well, I was sort of laying that out in a way a minute ago. You might call out a name or a religious icon or the name Jesus and get something to go, but that doesn't mean that it's gone. It just means it's gone from where you are.
Well, yes. I mean, these things have been going on for years. Lights flicker. Like I said, we have tried calling.
Do you know how many documentary producers have been found in pools of blood?
Really?
Do you know how many? Do you know how many?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, me either. But probably quite a few. So what I'm saying is, careful. Be really careful.
Oh, trust me, Art, we will be. Like I said, I am trying currently to get a hold of the psychic from WTAM because we would like to just try to bring the spirit to peace. I mean, like I said, I mean, you're right. If this thing can do the things that I've named, then, you know, what danger can lurk? I mean, like I said, we're the first owners of this house. And I don't see, you know, I just don't understand this. And it's quite frightening at times. I'll be sleeping in the middle of the night and I will feel something sit on my bed.
Oh, really?
I have a dog and a cat. My cat notices.
Of course your cat knows it's there. Sir, I'm sorry we're out of time, but you'd best get out of there. I wouldn't stay in a house like that. There's no way. Especially not the sitting on the bed with me part.
Mississippi, in the middle of the dry spell, Timmy Rogers on a Victrola up high. Mama's dancing, baby on her shoulder. The sun is setting like molasses in the sky. And what's everything.
Of course. I feel someone pull on the extended leg of the tripod behind me, which I figured was one of the members, Roger, just, fooling around, teasing me. I actually grabbed onto the tripod, so I gave the tripod a hard jerk to pull it away from his hand, which pulled loose, then turned around to look at him, and he was there, back about 15 feet. There was no one else around me.
Wow.
So whoever or whatever grabbed it was something invisible. So I came back on a subsequent investigation just shortly after that and decided this would be a good place to do some videotaping, see if I could get some infrared ghost lights there. Set up the camera at the top of the stairway, focusing down along the stairs. There was a little light, a little ambient light in the place, but not much. And as I'm focusing down there and watching the screen on my camera, I notice out of the corner of my eye that I see a silhouette, a shadow silhouette, come up behind me, just shining on the wall off to the right of the stairway, which is a very enamel, glossy kind of wall. So even in the dim light, the shadow shows very well. Didn't think too much of it. I suspect it really was probably, Brendan or one of the other guys coming up behind me. Turned around to look, and no one's there. No one near me at all, but there's the shadow, perfect silhouette of a male figure still there.
Well, that figures. I mean, after all, with what you do, by the way, I'm going to be interviewing Brendan and company, I don't know, in this week or two.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, that's very typical of what you're going to get involved in. If you go traipsing and looking, trying to look this stuff up, eventually you're going to find it. I mean, if you really want to find it, and there are a lot of people who write to me and say, hey, how do I find a ghost? I'd like to experience this. Well, fine. There's lots of places you can go. You can go hang around graveyards if you want to, if you're real serious about it. Sure, hang around graveyards. Listen to stories. There are houses and hotels that are haunted. There are many places you can go if you're really serious about it. But think real hard before you make your decision. Think really hard. Because you might not like what you find. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Leonard in Seattle, listening to you on KOMO.
Hi, Leonard.
Hi. Oh, man, I want to tell you.
All right.
This was about 88, 89 while I was in high school. I grew up in Alabama. About, good hour and a half drive outside of my hometown. There was this old plantation house, kind of decrepit, falling down, disrepair, way out in the middle of nowhere. You had to go down a dirt road for quite some time to get to it.
Sure.
There was a kind of a story that everybody had heard surrounding this place, that when the Sherman, I think it was, one of the northern generals was coming down, and they were freeing slaves in a lot of the plantation houses. This one family was very adamant and against the idea of having their slaves freed, and actually decided that they would kill them rather than see them freed.
Wow.
These guys, they went back there, just started slaughtering people, had them chained up to the walls and just killing them.
Oh my
God. A few of the people, the slaves, managed to get themselves free, get a hold of some weapons, and started just slaughtering the family.
I'll bet.
In all, I think something like 50, 55 people just murdered brutally in this one little house and the area surrounding it, and that night, and the rest of them just took off. So, you can imagine the angry souls that it would be hanging around this area.
Oh, I can indeed.
So one Saturday afternoon, me and some of my buddies had a couple of beers, and we were thinking, oh, what kind of trouble can we get into? We thought we'd go and, hey, let's go look at that old house, investigate it, see what we can see.
Let's go catch us a ghost, Bubba.
Exactly, right.
All right.
So we get out there, and we're looking around the house. It's just decrepit, falling down, just in terrible disrepair. We go back out around to where the old slave quarters were, these little fallen down cabins and whatnot. We get close to this one cabin, and apparently this, from what happened, I would assume that this is the place where all the killing happened. We walk up to it, we're about to go inside. I put my hand on the door, and that's when the noise starts.
Noise? What noise?
Screaming, banging on the walls. The whole shack started shaking like an earthquake. Completely freaked us out. Obviously, we didn't go in. We took off running. Cars were about 100 yards away. The weird thing is, the noise didn't get farther away as we were running farther away. It was like the noise was right over our heads. We were running like crazy.
Keeping up with you.
Exactly. I looked back towards the house and to the shack, and I saw big, bright red eyes looking out this window at us. Oh, man, we left about 3 inches of tire on the road getting out of there. I'm surprised we didn't run into a tree and have a wreck.
Well, you could have done that, ghost or not, but, whew.
That's as scared as I've ever been.
And, I take it you didn't go back.
Oh, no, we never went back into that area ever again. But,
well, I guess even these days, after a few beers, that'll slow you up, and you just don't suggest that kind of thing anymore.
Oh, well, yeah, we were pretty darn sober right at the time the house started shaking.
Isn't that amazing how the chemical balance of your body can change just like that?
Oh, yeah. Almost immediately.
Appreciate the story, sir. Thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. How are you this morning?
Well, okay, sorta.
My name is Jim. I'm calling from Florida.
Yes, Jim.
And I'm listening to you on the Sky.
On the Sky?
WSKY out of Gainesville.
WSKY, all right, Gainesville, yes.
Yes. Golly, where to start? I wrote you a while ago. Emailed you, but you were inundated with shadow people emails, so I'm sure you didn't get to mine.
Thousands of them.
Yes. I listened to the show last night, and it was absolutely fascinating, and I just want to take just a second to tell you how much my wife and I absolutely love your show.
Thank you.
Huge fans.
Thank you.
Where to start?
The beginning.
Yes. Around 1979, I got involved in a haunted house project. When I say haunted house project, I'm talking a theatrical event that would happen every year in my hometown up in Vermont.
You mean they put on a play about a haunted house? Or
no, we found an old building and we put on a haunted house.
Oh.
But we didn't realize the building was already occupied.
Actually haunted.
Oh, yeah. Well, the whole thing was started by the local JCs, and they were just doing it as a fundraiser, and I got yanked in.
JCs are usually pretty nice.
Oh, yeah. Great bunch of people.
Oh, you mean the function, not the haunted.
Yeah. Right, great bunch of people were, getting involved, raise a little money for the community, and they pulled me in because they knew I was a makeup artist. And, of course, when you're doing a scary haunted house, you want someone who can do the blood and the gore and all the fun stuff like that. So I got pulled in. So I went to a meeting at this building, and I pulled up in front of this thing, and it looked like the Addams family lived there. It was an old abandoned school building. Well, not entirely abandoned. Some of the offices were still being used, but it had been built around the turn of the century, very Victorian, 2-story redstone kind of building.
All right, listen, we've got this mentally pictured. Hold on, we'll do it after the break, all right?
Okay, sure.
All right, good. Stay right there.
Feeling better 'cause I'm over you. I learned my lesson and left a scar. Now I see how you really are. You're no good, you're no good, you're no good. Baby, you're no good. I'm gonna say it again. You're no good, you're no good, you're no good. Baby, you're no good.
Sam, thank you very much. Listen, when you think about it, what better place for hauntings to occur than the yearly haunted house in town? You know, a lot of civic organizations do it for Halloween, right? They all build a haunted house. Goes on in almost every town across America. What better place, particularly over many years, to actually, have the real thing present, the real McCoy, because you'd never be able to separate them, and nobody'd ever believe a word you say, and people can't hear you scream in space. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Marie in Spokane.
Hi, Marie.
Hi. My story is about a ghost that my husband and I have seen.
Both of you?
We've both seen it. The first time I saw it was when I had a daughter. She was just a few months old, and my bedroom was across the hall from hers. And I was sitting in there one night, and I looked through my open door into her open door, and in the doorway is this woman dressed in white from top to bottom, and she's kind of glowing, and she's just standing there looking at me. And I kind of looked away and looked back, and she was gone. And I'd seen her a few times after that, and I didn't know what it was. But one night I was talking to my husband, and I kind of hesitantly said that I had seen this. And he says, oh, yeah, I've seen her too. And it was just really odd, and we started calling her the White Woman. And she was dressed in white from head to toe. She kind of looked like it was maybe an old-style nurse uniform.
Right.
And when we'd see her, she'd just be standing there. I wouldn't feel like there was anything wrong going on. It was like she was protecting the baby. And even when we moved, and we'd moved when the baby was about a year old, she moved with us.
She moved with you.
She moved with us, and she would kind of stand guard over the baby like a...
Now, see, that's really, really interesting.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And it was like, she was like some stern librarian, She didn't have this smile. She would just stand there like she was standing guard. I
got you.
And, and now my baby's almost 5, and we haven't seen this woman in a few years. But this is my youngest daughter. This same daughter, she used to look around and watch things, kind of like you're saying you have that picture on the web of the baby sitting in the swing.
Did you see that?
Something. I haven't seen it yet. I was going to look when I got done.
You understand though what I'm saying. That baby is obviously you can see it in the baby's soul. It's seeing what we're seeing on film.
Yeah,
it's really freaky.
We had a similar type things with our daughter. I never really looked through pictures of her.
Well, then it's obvious what she was seeing, isn't it?
She was seeing something, and when she was about 2, we'd watch the movie Fairy Tale. We have an older daughter, and we watched it, and she saw the fairies, and after she saw that movie, when she'd look up and look around and watch things moving around, she'd say, fairies, fairies. And she'd point at the fairies. And she was sure she could see fairies, and we'd just say, oh, neat, neat. And she it was just very unusual.
Children.
Children are very interesting.
Yeah, you do yourself a favor, and you go look at that photograph.
I will.
On page number 2 of the ghost photos, all right?
All righty.
Thank you. Take care. Yes, indeed. There's no mistake about what that child is seeing. Children's expressions are easy to read, and that one's really easy to read, and it's really easy to see that child sees what the camera has captured. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Where are you?
Right now, actually, I'm in holidays in Western Canada.
Okay.
I'm skiing in Banff, but I'm a twin. My parents died when my brother and I were very young. We were raised by our grandfather. We both were in Vietnam, and my brother was killed, or that was our understanding. When I was I came home, and about 2 years later, my grandfather died. He and I were living alone in his house. The night that he died, I'm sitting on the end of my bed, sort of contemplating life, feeling a little bit sorry for myself, and I feel someone sit down next to me.
Oh.
And put his arm around my shoulder, and it's my grandfather, and he says, "Daniel's alive."
Daniel's alive.
And Daniel's my brother.
I've got you, yes.
And I just froze. I didn't know what to think, and I sort of, the next day I had convinced myself that, I'm convincing myself that this is happening, and I tried to blow it off. That night, I was sitting in my grandfather's den on the couch, and I get a feeling, and I look over. I was just eating by myself, and I look over at the door. My grandfather's there, and he says, "Daniel's alive, and he's trapped, and you got to go get him."
And he's trapped.
He's trapped, and so this was not too far, not too long after I'd come home, and I did make some trips back, and I was assuming that I thought he was a POW somewhere.
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'd made a couple trips. I didn't really tell people what I was doing because I didn't want to get locked up.
Clear thinking. So anyway, we don't have a lot of time. So what happened?
Okay, so then about a year and a half later, I'm down there again, and I've decided that I'm nuts. This isn't happening. And
you mean you're back in Vietnam?
Yes.
Yes.
And that morning, the phone rings in my room. I pick it up. It's my grandfather on the phone, and he says he's here. He's alive. Anyway, there's short on time. He was in a Greek Orthodox mission hospital. He was alive. He wasn't shot. He'd been in an accident of some sort, and he was in a semi-vegetated state. Anyway,
in other words, he was in a coma.
Yeah.
Your brother was alive. You found him in Vietnam, and he was in a coma.
And we bring him home. After we get him out of the hospital at home, he was still. He never completely recovered, but I cared for him at home. The day we got home, and we're getting Daniel up into his room, there was sorry, I'm getting emotional just thinking about this. There was a mug that Daniel's made for my grandfather when we were in grade 6 or something. And it was sitting on Daniel's nightstand, and it was full of hot grape Kool-Aid. And the significance of that was that Daniel and I would drink hot. We loved it. And we used to pretend that we were drinking coffee like...
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So...
And, so a couple of years later, 5 years ago, Daniel died. And I was going to sell the house. I had listed it for sale, and anyway, I got a call from the realtor lady. She was a basket case.
I only got a few seconds.
Okay, and she went around the house. She couldn't open a single door in the house. They were all sealed shut. And she said that my brother had told her that the house wasn't for sale.
Well, I'll just let that one stand right where it is. But the clear implication is that somebody on the other side, if it's urgent enough, important enough, can come through in any way it must. Telephone, electronically, or in person. So I guess it is possible. if it's really urgent.
This bad job for me.
Up the audio, the streaming audio.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently you're not having a problem.
No, it takes about, a few more seconds for it to click in, and then it's on, just like a radio.
Cool.
I mean, perfectly. I want to throw something at you real quick before I get into my story. What is it about you and your red eyes? Because I have a good story for you.
Yeah, I don't really actually want to talk about it.
Okay, well, maybe you don't want to hear my story.
No, I'll listen to your story. You go right ahead. Let's hear it.
Well, it kind of kicked off when you had Gunny on last night. And I'm sure you've probably seen and you've heard people mention the movie already, Amityville.
Oh, of course.
All right, remember the scene about the red eyes through the window?
Yes.
Okay. Out of that whole darn movie, that's the only thing that scared the you-know-what out of me. And anyhow, during my school years, going to college, I always thought there was a presence in my room and this kind of thing. And people say, well, you're just dreaming. Well, okay. But why is it when I wake up, it's always right at 3:15 in the morning? Just like in the movie. And I thought, nah, it's no big deal. Well, this went on, and like every other night, I'd always wake up right on the dot. And I had one of those illuminated clocks, 3:15 in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Several years later, while I'm married, I had the red eyes show up. And
I was about to say, waking up at 3:15 or a given time every day is not all that unusual. A lot of people do that.
Right.
But not the red eyes.
Well,
how did they show up?
Well, in this case, and I mentioned Gunny because, not to go backwards here, but yeah, picture 17 and 18, I've seen those big time.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, he was mentioning how sometimes things will come to you in a dream state, or at least you're real relaxed or whatnot. But I was laying in my bed, and all of a sudden it's like wham! I'm being chased.
In bed?
I'm in a tunnel with slimy walls.
Oh, and all right. So you're suddenly out of your body,
right? And all I see is these red eyes coming at me, and I'm running like you know what?
Yeah, that'll keep you going.
Well, I woke up screaming and yelling. My wife thought somebody was in the house. Even the hair on the back of my neck was standing up.
Well, this is usually called a nightmare.
I know. It's supposed to be a ghost story. Guess what? I look at the clock.
3:15.
3:15.
I could have guessed.
And, maybe a month or two later, not the running or the chasing, but I'm laying in my bed, and yes, most people say, you just fell asleep. Well, I'm staring at my door, and my closet door, like you were saying, you don't like your open door closets.
Right.
And I don't know if I was hallucinating, I wasn't drunk, wasn't doing drugs, but I'm going to sleep, I thought. And boom, there's the eyes, just like that.
In the closet?
Coming out of the closet.
Coming out of the closet?
No silhouette, just the
red eyes coming out of the closet.
Just the darn eyes.
I'm done with you, sir. I don't want to hear any more of that. Red eyes coming out of a closet. Sorry, that's it. That's where I draw the line. I don't want to hear any more. That is, of all the nightmares that could be, that's the worst. That's something that that's just enough. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
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 I guess it's me. How are you?
I was all right.
I have a ghost experience that changed my life.
Oh, well, they usually do. Go right ahead.
I took a job as a custodian at a research center in the country. And my first night, this guy, he had a DUI, so he couldn't drive. He wanted me to take him home. And I said, yeah, I would. And we wound up coming home this back way. And he said that he didn't want me to go down this certain street, for fear of ghosts or whatever.
Sure.
So I went down there anyway.
Although that's pretty unusual. If somebody isn't going to go down the street, you're on your way somewhere, and it's not usual to give anybody that reason. We're not going to go there because there might be ghosts. Come on.
Yeah, this is true. Well, I come up at the stop sign, and at the other stop sign on this street, there's an intersection, and there's a car at the stop sign, too. It's a black car.
Yes.
And it didn't signal. Then it put on its signal abruptly, and I was at the stoplight. And for some reason, I didn't go. I was supposed to go, then it was supposed to turn.
Yes.
And I got goosebumps. I started shivering, and my friend is just talking to me. He's holding a conversation because we just met each other. And I can't go. I'm stuck at the wheel, and I'm just looking at this car. And then finally, for some reason, I started inching out, And the car started inching out too, and I was just trembling, and he was talking to me, and I looked, and in this black car is this woman with this grotesque, wrinkled face, just staring at me. Old woman. I mean, it just looked dead. And I looked at my friend, and I go, what an ugly woman. And he goes, what are you talking about? I go, don't you see that car right there? And he goes, I don't see anything. What are you talking about? And I just kept going. I go, do you see me trembling? And he goes, no, I don't see anything. Okay, well, this is the first night. The second night, I decided to go down there to try this again. We got on the same road, same night. It's about 3 a.m, something like that. We're driving down.
Why would you, wait a minute, why would you possibly go back to the same place again after something that terrifying? Why would you go back?
I think it's because he told me he didn't see anything, and maybe I thought I was delusional. I don't know. But I decided to try it again.
All right.
Maybe I should be a ghost hunter. I don't know.
All right.
But anyways, the second night, same road, same everything, almost the same spot. We're driving down, and there's this house on the corner. And we're driving, and we're coming up to this same stoplight, and I start to slow down, and I look, for some reason, I look over at this house, and I look up, and it's a 2-story house, and in the second story, there's this room with a red light on. And it looks like it's radiating out the window, almost like, have you ever developed film?
Yes, I have.
They use the red light.
Yes.
You can see? That light is coming out. And I just stopped, and I was like, for some reason it intrigued me, and I told my friend again, and he saw the light this time. I go, do you see that light? And he's like, yeah, that's kind of unusual for someone developing film at 3 a.m, huh? And he was like, yeah, I guess. And we look, and we're looking and staring, and then I see that woman's face in the window, staring back at me.
Same woman.
The same face. Then I told my friend, okay, I'm not delusional. Do you see that? And he's like, no, I don't. So we get out of the car, and we go to the house. We knock on the door to make sure that I'm not crazy. And this old gentleman answers the door. I mean, we wake him up at 3 a.m. Of course, he's mad, upset.
What the hell are you on, son?
Yeah, pretty much. And, I told him, I said, hey, we saw this red light coming out of your second-story house. We just wanted to make sure everything was okay. We didn't want to think we're crazy. And he's like, what are you talking about? And we said, upstairs, is there someone here? Or he goes, no, I live alone. I go, do you have a dark room or something? I go, no, I don't have a dark room. I go, well, what's upstairs? He's like, nothing really, just, some old keepsakes or something, whatever. And we told him that there was a light on upstairs or this or that. Well, he went upstairs and he said, well, nothing's on or this or that. So we said, okay. Well, as we're walking back to the car, we look into the orchard, which is behind his house, and there's a light on in the orchard.
And
I go, let's go check it out. So we go walking over to this light, and we keep getting farther and farther into the orchard, and then finally we come across this light.
You only got a few seconds.
Okay, so my friend goes, hey, there's a note, so he picks it up, and he puts it in his pocket, and just as he looked up, he goes, I hear something, do you? And then I said, no, so we got back in the car.
Real quick.
And we're taking off down the street, and I almost hit that woman with the face. And when I got home, we pulled out the note, and it said, nice to meet you.
The young and the stupid.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you.
We all start laughing hysterically, and all of a sudden there's not 3 of us laughing. There's 4 people laughing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we look in this guy, he's dressed just kind of like us, hiking boots, blue jeans, a down-filled jacket, but his eyes look like the eyes of an animal caught in somebody's headlights.
Yeah.
And so my buddy Paul goes,
I know the look.
Right, my buddy Paul goes, who the are you?
Yes.
And the guy continues to laugh, gets up, turns around and walks about 3 steps away and just basically disappears.
Oh, my.
And being young teenage bravado, right, we're thinking somebody's trying to pull a little trick on us, so we all jump up and we're going to go find this guy. Well, it's too dark to walk in the secluded area without flashlight.
No, wait a minute. I could take the somebody's fooling around with us part of this, except for the fact that you just said he disappeared before your eyes.
That's what we thought,
not just
but
you,
then,
but
we're
3 of you. 3 of you now.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't smack of a high school prank.
No, it doesn't. And that's what happened was, after a few minutes, we kind of came back to the fire, and the longer we sat there, the scareder we got.
Yeah.
And pretty soon it was, we think we better move our camp.
Right.
And so we did. We actually got up that night and moved closer to where we knew there were some other people, because the longer we sat there, the more freaked out we were. But I just wanted to throw that in because none of us said, you know, in the name of Jesus, go away. It was basically, who the are you? And whoever he was turned around and walked away.
Well, maybe you spoke the language you knew.
Well, that's true. Maybe a drowned camper would understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
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 Hi, Art. How are you?
Oh, progressively going downhill here lately.
Well,
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
Well, actually, what I'm about to tell you actually goes back about 10 or 15 years when I was in the canal zone.
Oh, really? Panama Canal, yes.
Yeah. My sister and I, she lived in Gamboa. She had a Ouija board. This is going to get strange, but we kind of got to playing around. It's the first and the last time I ever played with one of those things. And we contacted a spirit, if you will, and asked where it was from, and it spelt out Culebra, which is the town of Culebra during the construction days. And my sister asked it to make, if it could make a present, and it said yes.
You know, when you're doing all this on a Ouija board and you're getting that much information back, and it's beginning to be contemporary, a town you know, at this point, how are you accounting for what you're doing?
Well, I'm really not sure, man. This was, like I said, the first and last time we ever played with anything like this. Okay. Anyway, she asked if it could make a presence, and it said yes, and it spelt out clock, C-L-O-C-K, and then it went to buy.
Spelled it out on the Ouija.
Spelled out clock
on the Ouija board.
It literally.
And then
went to buy. It left.
Yeah.
My sister had about 6 cats at the time, and about 3 minutes after it went by, the cats were running wild in the house, and one of them went behind the refrigerator.
Yep.
And she had a clock that was made out of some exotic wood cut out of Panama, of the shape of Panama, and the clock we had noticed had turned at a 45-degree angle. Now, after that incident, we never, ever, ever brought out that Ouija board again.
Well, you know, you're lucky that what obviously decided to interact with you didn't decide to stay and or cross over.
Well, it's just kind of funny. We're talking about construction day era, and it just kind of freaked us out a little bit because, you don't just see clocks like turning on walls and things like that. And we didn't physically see it turn. We just happened to notice later on, within about 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, sure. It's pretty specific. If it says clock and then the clock is physically turned, that'd be enough. That'd be more than enough for me, especially after all that spelling.
Well, it scared the hell out of me, dude.
I hear you. All right, thank you. Take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, this is Denise from Iowa.
Iowa, yes.
And when I was 17, I was in my bed sleeping, and I woke up and I saw a spirit looking down on me.
What kind of spirit?
Well, I'll describe him for you. I saw him. He had a black hat on. He was blonde hair, white, and he had a red shirt and black jeans on. And I could see through him, but not. I could totally see him.
Was he actually hovering above you, standing in front of you, sitting?
He was standing over me.
Over you?
Yeah, he was looking. Just look down. Just put your head down. Look, and then he walked through my window.
Walked through your window?
Yeah.
As in leaving?
And then I jumped up and I looked out in my window and nobody was there.
a lot of people would find it amazing that you would jump up and look out your window.
He looks so real to me, so it's like, wait a minute.
I mean, I just can't believe in modern day, when we all know that if you go up to a door or a window where something like that has happened, a hand is going to grab you and drag you through the glass until there's nothing left of you but a shred when you go up to the window like that. So I just can't believe in this modern day you would actually go up to the window.
Well, my bed was right next to the window, so I just looked over at my window.
Okay. I appreciate your story.
Thanks.
Thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this happened about summer of '97.
It's going to have to be a real fast one because our program is ending.
Okay, I lived in the town of all towns in Pahrump about that time.
Pahrump. Oh,
yeah.
Great. Oh.
Yeah.
Great. Let's end it this way. All right.
And I was living with a girlfriend of mine at the time, and this one house is a single wide with attachments made on it and everything. And every once in a while, her 4-year-old daughter at the time would come up and say, "There's a man in my closet." I go back there and look, nothing there.
Closet.
And then every time I'd hear voices standing by the front door, or somebody'd hear voices standing in the back room, and we go outside, nothing. Dark, and can't see anything. You get a flashlight, don't see nothing. I'd call her on the phone when I was out on the road, and she'd say, "Hold on a minute, somebody's in the bathroom." And then she'd say, "I just heard the toilet flush. I'm the only one in the house." Because her kids would be over at her mom's at the time or something. Or then the weird things like that would happen all the time. And we parked one night about a block away from the house, and we just watched the house, and we just saw shadows moving inside the house. You see the lights from the next door neighbor shining through the windows, and you just see shadows roaming back and forth across the house. And it was like, ooh. Needless to say, we didn't stay there very long. We ended up moving to another house across town.
You know, let me tell you something. There are haunted houses. I really haven't said this before, but there are haunted houses here in Pahrump, Nevada. In fact, there are references to them on the World Wide Web.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right here, of course. Doesn't it figure right in my own little town?
Of course.
I mean, why not? It seems to happen everywhere else, so it might as well be here in my own hometown. And here you are, my final caller with a haunting in Pahrump.
Yeah, and well, that's the only one I knew about. I lived there for about 6 years, and that's the only one I knew about happening in there.
Well, you're obviously out on the road now, right?
Well, I moved back to Nebraska. I just got off the truck, and I'm headed home now.
So you're really on the last leg of your trip.
Right, yeah.
How does it feel to be back in a little car after being in the truck all that time?
Oh, kind of different. I've been doing it for so long. I used to have a mail Jeep back there in Nevada, and going from a big vehicle to a small one with the steering wheel on the wrong side was all kinds of fun.
Good night, my friend.
Good night to you.
I think that'll do it for the week, for the night, and maybe for this lifetime. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and good morning across all these many time zones, stretching from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands in the west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, and my friends at St. Thomas. In fact, all the islands, really, south into South America, north to the pole. This is Coast to Coast AM Impact worldwide on the Internet. I'm Art Bell. Good morning. It's going to be a very interesting morning. Lots going on. Lots going on in Russia. And oh, such perfect timing. The gods of current events and news are with me, surely, because my guest this morning is Lupa Brezhnev. And I hope I've got her name down correctly. We'll find out. She is the niece of Leonid Brezhnev, who for so long ruled the Soviet Union. And we're going to be talking about Russia, what's going on, what's likely to go on, the elections or the runoff elections coming up, and lots of very, very interesting things. In a moment, I was on the air last night, here's what cleared the Reuters newswire. Lead item. Russian President Boris Yeltsin is shaking things up in Moscow. Yeltsin has fired 3 top conservative officials, including his bodyguard, the head of the Federal Security Service, and his conservative first deputy prime minister. These firings follow an overnight security alert that was ordered after the security chief and bodyguard detained 2 members of Yeltsin's re-election team who were later released. The newly appointed security aide to Yeltsin, Alexander Lebed, said the arrests of the Yeltsin campaign workers shows that hardliners are trying to stop next month's presidential runoff election between Yeltsin and communist leader Gennady Zyuganov. Then this, today, folks. Communist presidential challenger Gennady Zyuganov painted a stark picture on Thursday of Russia sliding into civil war following the latest bout of Kremlin intrigue and personnel changes. Zyuganov, leader of the bloc of National Patriotic Forces, issued a statement and said that President Boris Yeltsin was out of control and warning that the second round of elections, scheduled for July 3rd, risked being canceled. He said, quote, "The National Patriotic Bloc declares that the motherland is in danger. The internal squabbling around the decrepit Boris Yeltsin, who is increasingly losing control, could spill over into a bitter civil conflict and lead to tragic consequences." Zyuganov, who trailed Yeltsin by less than 3 percentage points in Sunday's first round of voting, said Yeltsin's sacking of 3 top officials on Thursday showed he's trying to cling desperately to power. Said, quote, "Every day there are announcements about mythical plots and coups. In seeking to keep power, the president is changing his team feverishly. There's a dirty settling of accounts taking place, and behind-the-scenes games," it added, as part of the plan to those seeking to destroy Russia. The election, he said, is in danger of being canceled. There is a threat to democracy and the unity of Russia. So that would seem to be the latest about what's going on inside Russia. Doesn't sound good, does it? Now, I just happened to run into a very interesting individual. Her name is Luba Brezhnev. She's up in the Bay Area. Not far from Gorbachev's digs, in fact. Luba was born in 1943 in, and I'm going to slaughter this, Magnitogorsk. And I'm going to Russia. An industrial center in the Ural Mountains of Russia. She grew up there, then moved to Moscow to study French at the Institute of Foreign Languages in 1906 and 4. It was there she witnessed preparations for the October 1964 palace coup that led to the ouster of Nikita Khrushchev. Wow. During her student years, she fell in love with a German colonel and began reading Solzhenitsyn. I have Solzhenitsyn, I guess it would be. She was subjected to persecution from the KGB that included raids of her dormitory room, interrogation sessions, and 2 vicious beatings. After she graduated, Luba worked as a translator. For a long time, she hoped to immigrate to the West, but was not allowed to do that. Late 70s, she and her husband were allowed to work in Algeria. In the 80s, she worked in Moscow as a journalist. In 1990, she left Russia, moved to here, the U.S. She lives in Northern California, in the Bay Area. She has a master's degree, the equivalent thereof, speaks many languages, and must have quite a story to tell. Here she is, Luba Brezhnev. Luba, welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you very much.
Please pronounce for me the name of the town where you were born.
Oh, Magnitogorsk. Magnet.
Yeah, I got it.
Magnitogorsk. No, it's very simple.
Magnitogorsk.
Yes, a little bit practice.
A little bit of practice, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, first of all, it's an honor to have you on the program. What did you think of the story that I just read about what's going on, the intrigue going on now in Moscow?
Russia?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's, I predicted before that Russia won't let us sleep peacefully. Anyway, it's the election on June 16 is just the beginning of the different surprises. So, and as I predicted before, that if Yeltsin loses, it will be the end of the democracy and the beginning of the dictatorship, because he won't give up. So if Zyuganov loses, and it seems to me that it will happen, it means nothing, because it will lead some conflicts, and probably bloody conflicts.
Well, see, that's what Zyuganov is saying.
Yes, and I was absolutely sure because of this before this event that is happening now in Russia, but because both sides had very strong intention to receive this power.
Yes.
So, but what is most important for me, it's not who will be the president, but it's really important right now he will surround the president, because any president, and we already had this example with Gorbachev and with Yeltsin and with my uncle, I'm sorry. So any president in Russia is under very strong influence of the people around them. What really happened with Yeltsin? Yeltsin didn't rule all these 4 years. It's just the people around them, the corrupt, totally and deeply corrupt people, influenced him, and it seems to me that he has some chance to lose his power, by the way, because most of people right now don't believe in any possibility to build this democracy. But I'm really glad that General Lebed has the third place in the election, and it seems to me that either way he will be in the government, either if Gorbachev Yeltsin will win or Zyuganov.
Mm-hmm.
But like any human being, if you ask me about Lebed, I remember that you asked me this morning if I like the General Lebed.
Yes.
Like any human being, he has his own shortcomings, of course. He is a teen soldier with education, for me. And his political activity has been at the level of the military barracks. He lacks the modesty of a Marshal Zhukov, for example. I knew Marshal Zhukov very well. But he is more honest, smart, and decent than the rest. And that's something in the situation that will come very soon. It's not, if he's not killed or in some way brought under control, and if Yeltsin lets him replace the people surrounding the president, then we can hope that General Lebed will be able to solve the main problems that Russia has, not only Russia but the whole world. I mean the nuclear situation. You know that in the former Soviet Union there are more than 6 million warheads right now. And the second is the problem with the corruption and crime. We cannot also rule out the possibility of a conflict between two strong personalities like Lebed and Yeltsin. And it seems to me that General Lebed isn't capable of compromise. Is the portrait of General Lebed like I see. By the way, General Lebed is the first in the whole history of Russia, the first military person who participates in the race for power. That Russia never had any experience with the, professional military president or with any military dictator.
All right, let's take the best case situation, Luba. If General Lebed is successful and Mr. Yeltsin allows him to purge some of the corrupt officials in the government there now, is it likely he will be the next president?
If he will survive, I don't know, because it seems to me that he can be killed, murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people that's right now around Yeltsin, unfortunately, very corrupt people, they amazed with this idea of so-called democracy. Most of them amassed a huge fortunes, and as long as I know, as far as I know, General Lebed had the intention, first of all, to arrest some of them, probably to sue them, or at least to ask him to give back a half of their money. And I remember that he promised to legalize the other half of money. And it will be only one way to restore the economic system, because Russia right now doesn't have any money at all.
So you think it's more likely that the forces that would like to take Yeltsin out will kill the general?
It can be, of course, because right now, money talks, and the people with money, rich people, wealthy people, are very powerful right now.
As you know, I am going to Moscow in early August. I am determined to go,
yes.
But it is, well, let me just ask you, how bad is it?
Is there in Russia?
Yep, in Moscow.
Oh, it's very bad. It's a mess. It's very dangerous. It's the rate of crime is very high, and it seems to me that not right now in Russia everything is out of control. Political, economic situation, young people, criminal situation, corruption, everything, even army are out of the control. But I'm really concerned about economic situation in Russia, because it's hopeless right now. And by the end of the year, it seems to me that the country will be facing unheard of rates of inflation. Mm-hmm. You remember that's what happened the June 5th. The money printed in order to pay salaries and pensions will turn into bloody tears. This gap could have been breached by the raising taxes, but Yeltsin has exempted most large companies from taxes. This is a half of the government budget. If this economic crisis leads to serious conflicts, this will be used for political advantage by the opposition. I mean, this by communists. Mm-hmm. It will be a very good way to get the power.
If the worst happens and somehow the communists regain power, what kind of course would you expect Russia to take? Is it going to once again become the Soviet Union? Is it going to go communist again? Would they really move toward the old communism?
No, I'm absolutely sure that Russia won't never go back to these old good days. I mean, to the socialism or to the communism. It will be, in some way, of course, we can expect some aspects of the socialism, the former system. But I'm absolutely, first of all, these new generations of so-called communists, I mean, Zyuganov, mm-hmm. I don't see really the big difference between Zyuganov and Yeltsin and Gorbachev. All of them are the sons of the same mother. Just Yeltsin and Gorbachev were a kind of prodigal, yes, sons.
Yes.
And Zyuganov still plays the role of the faithful son of his mother. That's all. But all of them, it seems to me that especially Gorbachev and Yeltsin, both of them are just opportunists, because you see that Gorbachev took advantage of this idea of perestroika. It was just idea because it was the right way, like he thought it's right way to save the socialism and save the position of nomenclatura. That's all. And they took advantage of this idea, and he made a generally known image and a big fortune, because right now he's a very rich person. Mm-hmm. So Yeltsin is opportunist too, because in order to get rid of Gorbachev, he broke up, he ruined a big, powerful country. It was a kind of satisfaction of this ambition. He didn't think about the democracy or about future of people. It was just one way to get the power, that's all. Zyuganov, it seems to me Zyuganov that it's a kind of adventurer, because I'm absolutely sure that he won't be able to pull the country from this abyss.
Well, he says he wants some open markets, but also wants many aspects of socialism if he were to be elected. That is what I'm getting, and I don't know how much socialism.
Open markets? What does it mean?
Well, free markets. In other words, he wants the economy, like the Chinese. He wants the economy to move, but not the politics.
I think that right now we need to appreciate any normally thinking and strong-willed and educated, intelligent person, the top of this, the former Soviet Union of Russia, because we need it. It's not in the interest of America to see Russia weak and poor, because don't forget, Russia has a very dangerous neighborhood. China.
Yes.
So, but I'm not sure that Zyuganov is strong and educated and intelligent, diplomatic and tactful person enough. It seems, for me, communists are communists because the people who have spent all their lives of studying the Marxism-Leninism principles, they aren't suited for anything else.
Luba, were you once a communist?
What?
Were you once a communist?
I once a communist?
No, were you ever before in your young life?
Oh, no. Were I a communist? I never belonged to any party, and especially to communist party composed of bricks and quarries. Never, ever.
Well, of course, your uncle...
Yes.
How did you avoid that, with your uncle being who he was?
I never was welcome in the party because I was a kind of dissident. I was a rebellious person, and I was in big conflict with KGB and with my uncle.
But still, the name is the same, and they must have tried to treat you with some deference. But you say not. They treated you instead with interrogations and beatings, and your uncle never had a word to say about that?
He promised to help me, and at least because, first of all, he didn't know anything about beating.
All right, Luba, we're at the bottom of the hour. Hold on. We'll be right back. Luba Brezhnev is my guest, and she will be, as we will be, right back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 20th of June, 1996.
Top of the morning to you. My guest is Luba Brezhnev, the niece of Leonid Brezhnev. She's got a lot to talk about with us with regard to Russian. We'll get back to it in a moment. Brezhnev, Luba, when you were very young, your parents must have tried to initiate you, as everybody else was in the Soviet Union, into communism. How did you resist that? Were you just a very rebellious young lady, or what happened?
First of all, my parents were divorced, and my mother got remarried.
I see.
So I had the absolutely normal, wonderful, intelligent family. And my mother belonged to the noble family, and from the Ural Cossacks, her great father was the colonel of the Tsar army, and he was killed by the Red Commissar. So my mother, I belonged to this family, to mother who really hated this system, the Soviet system. But from the other hand, I belonged to the family of my father who built this system.
Yes.
So, but anyway, my stepfather was a great person, and both of my parents never were the communists, and we never talk about communism, about socialism.
Mm-hmm.
My parents gave me wonderful classical education. So, and probably it helped me a lot when I came to Moscow. I was very young, and like all young people, stupid. But at the same time, this good education, right education, helped me to understand what was going on around me in Moscow.
All right. Well, so how did you get in trouble with the KGB?
I was in some way. I was involved in this palace coup that my uncle organized in October 1964. I knew about this palace coup. It just happened. I knew about this on the fall, probably in September and October 1963. And I kept silence, of course, and my father shared the full information about what was going on about in this situation. And when I was in Moscow, when I lived in Moscow, in the big hotel, Moscow, the same name, Moscow, my uncle and my father made from my room or my room in the hotel and kind of I don't know what is this, underground apartment. Is the place where they meet with the people and discuss this conspiracy against the Khrushchev. So, and it seems to me that at this time I knew a lot about this palace coup. But later, just my uncle rose to power, I fell in love with the military pilot from Germany. By the way, my father introduced me to this military pilot, and we fell in love with each other, and we planned to get married.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the agents of KGB, of course, involved in this situation, they start to bother us both and to spy us and to harass me. And finally, they beaten me up twice and seriously wounded, and I had a miscarriage.
Oh, boy.
Yes, and I tried to find some sympathy and support from the side of my uncle, because I knew that my uncle was in the big love during the war. But it was in vain, because he explained to me, I protected and defended him many times. I'm sick and tired of you. And right now, I'm not your uncle. I'm a general secretary. It's against the rule to go to get married with, to go abroad.
Yes.
For the relatives of the general secretary. So, and I thought that it was just the story with the military pilot and the manuscript of Solzhenitsyn that the agents of KGB have found in my room were just the reasons to force me to work for them. They asked me to write the reports against the people around my uncle, around my father.
How old were you then?
I was 19 years old,
19.
old enough.
Mm-hmm.
So to understand how mean things they ask to do, and of course I refused, because at that time my father, my daddy, had a very active social life in Moscow. He was a famous person, and he connected to the foreign people too. And this fact really bothered the agents of KGB. And they asked me many times to give them some information about the people around my relatives, and I refused. That's all.
So they viewed you as uncooperative, at the very least. And,
sure, of course.
And full of information and dangerous at worst. And they actually beat you up.
Yeah, they beat me up twice. They damaged my spine, my kidney, and even right now, the doctors here in America, I'm lucky to be in America, they're trying to help me. Now I feel much better. Much better. I have two doctors who take care of my health.
Mm-hmm.
So, and now you can imagine how I feel, or the people like me feel right now, seeing the former agents of KGB, not only former, but the present-day agents of KGB here in America. And I see them sometimes elegant, speaking fluently English, and driving wonderful, very expensive cars. They're buying the lands and the houses here. And they are getting the red carpet treatment here in America.
Red carpet.
And the people, even Americans, they very easily forgot how many lives were broken by these guys. Now they're looking very attractive. They are businessmen, and they're very polite, smiling. Their English is perfect. And the people just forgot. It hurts me very deeply.
What is it like now to live in Moscow? We hear so many stories about life now in Moscow and Russia. What is it like? How?
It depends. It depends. If you are wealthy, you have one lifestyle. If you are poor, it's absolutely different.
Well, let us talk about poor, because I guess there are very few rich and many poor.
Yes. As far as I know, we have only there about 5% of the very wealthy people.
We'll see.
And probably 26 or something like that are surviving in some indifferent way. But about 70% of people are poor. They're Russian people are, that right now are dying out. For 8 newly born,
I know.
there are 20 deaths.
I know.
Old women are seen selling their last skirts on the street to be able to buy some milk. Women with advanced scientific degrees are engaged in prostitution. In the hospital, 2 women are placed in one bed, and the children of Chernobyl are dying from the lack of medicine. And there's only last year, about 200,000 people, 180,000 people committed suicide.
Wow.
And about 90,000 children are disappeared.
90,000
90,000 children are disappeared. And how was our reaction in America when it happened, terrible story with this sweetheart, this little girl, Polyclass.
Yes, of course.
So about 19,000 children like Polyclass are disappeared. Some of them are sold to different countries as a young prostitute, and
God.
Some of them are just killed.
I saw on 60 Minutes, and I'm sure you saw it, a couple of weeks ago, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago, a story about Russia and how really bad it is. And they were saying this is a country that is dying.
Yes. It's a country that's dying, and probably because of this, we can explain why some people made a decision to give their votes to the communists.
Yes.
The people have the choice between hate and between fear. The people really hate the so-called Democrats, and they are afraid of communists. They're in despair just right now. And the threat of a return of communist rule is still present, and it's absolutely possible that the communists will rise to power. Ironically, this threat was caused by the so-called Democrats through their failed policies. And I hope that even Americans understand that perestroika and democracy are failed in Russia. And what is the worst, that if the communists will rise to power, it seems to me that Russia will give up on the democracy for many years.
Well, they must give up, because if the communists come back, the only way communism ever did survive was to expand, to take other countries and to take wealth from other countries as it expanded. When it could no longer expand, that is when it collapsed.
Yes, that's true. And I'm sure that if the communists will be back, the first step they will make it will be the restoration of the former Soviet Union. It's possible to do only in one way, it's by force. And if the communists will come back, choosing Yeltsin is the lesser of two evils. Everybody understands it right now, okay? But at the same time, if the communists will be back, it will lead a lot of bloody conflicts and repression. and it especially the economic blockade from the Western countries and from America.
Of course, I'm sure that would come.
The communists don't have any money.
I'm sure that would come, but also what I think would happen is there will be a few points difference in the election. Yeltsin will probably win, but that leaves still almost half the people who wanted communism and the Iron Rule back again. They wanted the Soviet Union back again, almost half. And in Russia, if you look at all of history, including that of your uncle and so many more, when you have that many people in opposition, you're going to have palace coups, you're going to have maybe even a civil war.
Yeah, that's absolutely, it's possible. When 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks, I tried to explain to Americans the situation. Believe me, they were surprised. I told them that I'm not concerned about the election on June 16 because it's just the beginning. I'm concerned how will be the end of this election.
Yes.
And we can expect anything, even the civil war right now. And, my friends, some friends, American friends just asked me, please don't scare Americans with this expression, civil war. It sounds so terrible. But I told them, no, I would like to give them the truth about the situation. And America, believe me, that we can expect even unexpected.
Yes. Well, Luba, you watch our press very carefully. I know you even listened to this show because you made a funny comment before we went on the air about the chupacabra. So I know you listen. And our press right now, Luba, is just barely reporting on what really is going on in Russia. Really, they're not reporting. We're getting that's sort of the top of the news, and these guys got fired or those guys got fired, but nobody is explaining to the American people what it means.
Mm-hmm.
So the American people really don't understand, and they think everything's okay.
No. It seems to me that if Americans think that everything is okay, it seems to me that they want to be blind. That's all. Really blind people cannot see that everything what is going in Russia is wrong, just wrong. And I would like to explain to Americans why the democracy has failed in Russia, because most of Americans don't understand.
Well, I would like to understand that. Why is it failing?
First reason that Russia and former Soviet republics have had a communist system for more than 70 years, and leaders and people don't know how to do anything else. And if both are performing poorly because of a lack of practice, for me, it's the case of the blind leading the blind. But the main problem, the main reason why democracy has failed is the people in charge now are mainly the same good old boys as before. And the fact that 2/3 of Russian millionaires are the former members of the Communist Party proves it. And not only the former members, but most of them are former officials. So it means the nomenclatura. So, and, the implementation of the slogan democratization was crude, heavy-handed, because the attributes of power are the same, and even worse than before. It's inability to find creative solution, lack of professionalism, lack of morality, lack of conscience, cynism, greediness, and even stupidity. You know what really happened? That for a long time, Voices of Reason have been proposing that instead of the former nomenclature with all its vices and outstanding mediocrity, the country should have as leaders people with perfect reputation, educated, strong-willed, and creative. And the whole world missed a very good opportunity to get rid not only of the Communist Party, but of the Soviet nomenclature forever. Just Russia has had only one way to get rid of them, to sue the Communist Party, like it happened in Nuremberg with this fascist party, and to proclaim this Communist Party criminal and unhuman.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you what Americans do care about. And I don't mean to demean your country in any way, but the only thing that Americans really care about, Luba...
Nuclear situation?
You betcha. 20,000 nuclear warheads in Russia. If it were not for those, Luba, I'm sorry, but I don't think many Americans would care what happens in Russia. But they are there, and so we must care. The whole world must care.
Oh, sure. The whole world, absolutely. You know, Russia received more than $20 billion from America only for dismantle of nuclear weapons.
That's right.
So the Clinton administration didn't ask Yeltsin, where is this money? This money belongs to American taxpayers. You know, it seems to me this money, are on the private accounts of the corrupt people. That's all. So, and it seems to me that nuclear situation is the first problem that we have to worry about, and the question of nuclear weapons must be discussed really very seriously right now. The Cold War is dead, but instead we now have the year of nuclear terrorism.
Well, there's two things we worry about. One is Russian nuclear warheads getting into the hands of people we don't want to have them, or a return to communism before we can dismantle all of Russia's nuclear weapons. Will they ever allow us to dismantle all of them?
Not all of them. I'm absolutely sure that they'll never will get rid of all nuclear weapons. It's absolutely impossible. I know the mentality of this former or present-day communists. And don't forget, any government in Russia, probably except Yeltsin, understand that don't forget, we always had very dangerous neighborhoods. It's China.
Yes.
And I remember how was concerned about the China, the government of my uncle and my uncle personally. And because of this, they made the decision to spend a lot of money, huge money, on this railroad line. You remember, yes?
Yes.
Yes. And I asked him why. It's stupid. Why? We don't need this. And I remember that all people were against this, but he explained to me that as long as we love each other with China, Russia and China, we'll use it for our commercial relationship, okay?
Yes.
But when we'll start to love each other, okay, we'll deliver our missiles just in China, inside of China. It will use it as this railroad line. So, and you know, it's true, because in some way he was right, because for centuries China has had designs on the east part of Russia.
Yes, indeed they did. Luba, we are at the top of the hour. I would like to let some of my listeners ask you questions when we come back. Would that be okay?
Okay, good.
All right, you rest. We'll be back to you. Luba Brezhnev, the niece of Leonid Brezhnev, is my guest. We're talking about Russia and stuff. More of it coming up in a moment.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Work presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 20th, 1996.
Top of the morning to you. My guest is the niece of Leonid Brezhnev, Luba Brezhnev, and we're talking about Russia. We're talking about nuclear weapons because that's, frankly, why we care about Russia, isn't it? And what's going on right now that is not very well being reported in the American press. The American people don't even have a clue about what's going on, and that is dangerous. We'll get back to her in a moment. A very, very unusual opportunity for you to speak with Luba Brezhnev. She's in the Bay Area. She's in the U.S. She is the niece of Leonid Brezhnev, who ruled the Soviet Union for a couple of decades. She is not, and nor has she been, a communist. She was beaten by the KGB. She lost a baby because of the KGB. suffered severe bodily harm, as a matter of fact, from the KGB, and has a lot to say about what's going on in Russia right now. So if you would like to ask her a question, here you go. First-time callers, 702-727-1222. The wildcard line, 702-727-1295. West of the Rockies, 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. Just one thing for you, Luba. We have an expression here in America that desperate people do desperate things. And the Russian people are certainly desperate right now, aren't they?
Yes, that's absolutely true.
All right.
And you mean that they can give their vote to the communists? So it will be desperate things that they will do?
Well, that would be a desperate thing, certainly. But whether the communists are in control or whether it's Yeltsin, whoever it is, Russia is failing economically. And something has got to give. A civil war, expansionism, something.
Something dangerous.
Yes, something dangerous. Do you know whether any nuclear weapons have yet left Russian control?
Most of them are out of the control. What really happened, I would like to explain to Americans. Before, I mean that at the time of my uncle, two ideologically opposed superpowers kept nuclear weapons under strict control. And the danger of war was more of a psychological threat than anything else. But now the situation changed, and the likelihood of an explosion at any point of the planet is extremely tangible and concrete. And I would like to explain why. First of all, some of people, I mean, there's the people who belong to the Russian corruption. They made their first money selling the natural resources and the nuclear materials. Nuclear materials was one of the favorite articles of commerce.
Of course.
Yeah, the enormous quantities of these materials are being stolen and sold on the black market to the different countries like Pakistan and China. And there does exist a demand for the nuclear weapons. Many states and terrorist groups are capable of constructing a simple nuclear device. So second point that really I'm concerned about that on the territory of the former Soviet Union, first of all, I already mentioned that they have more than 16 million of warheads. So on the territory of the former Soviet Union, particularly in the Bay Nahodka on the Pacific coast of Russia, unused and unneeded nuclear submarines are being stationed. If their condition is dangerous, leaving no doubt that sooner or later one of them will explode. And it will be the second Chernobyl. And this is a threat it's not only on Russia, but for the whole world.
Yes.
And it seems to me that now we have to be, the world needs to be more concerned how to solve the problems with the nuclear situation, how to help the people to solve the social problems is the most important. You know, it seems to me that this Soviet Union, former Soviet Union, played the role of the watchman and for the security of the whole world. And now this watchman has been murdered. That's all.
All right, Luba, I want some people to be able to ask you questions, so
okay, good.
Let's do that. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Hello.
Hi, Art. Hi, Luba. This is Art in Spokane. Very honored to talk to both of you.
Thank you.
Luba, I would like to ask you, first of all, a local question, and then one about your country. I think most Americans think of Hillary and Bill Clinton as Democrats or, at worst, liberals. And as I understand it, they're basically Fabian socialists. And could you explain to the American people the difference between a socialist and a communist?
It's almost the same. Socialism and communism both are utopia.
Yeah, that's the way I
It's
understand it.
impossible to build the perfect system. It's just impossible.
Yeah, that's the way I understand it. But I think most Americans think of communism, oh no, we don't want to be communists, but, you know, a little bit of socialism isn't too bad. And as I understand it, they're the same, and I'm glad to hear you say that.
It's absolutely the same because both system, communism and social, first of all, communism, it's just a dream, blue dream of some sick people because they'll never build this kind of system, communism. But socialism, I don't see any difference because in the both way, we have the same government, communists. That's all.
Yeah, it sounds like
even now we have the same communists.
Yeah, that's right. It sounds like the best communism can get is socialism.
All right. Well, do you have
Yes, I had another quick thing. One clarification, Luba. You said that Russia has 60 million warheads?
60 what? No,
60 million warheads?
No, 6 million
of 6 million, I'm sorry.
warheads. But
Yeah,
it's enough. It seems to me that it's enough at least 200 times to destroy all these worlds.
And she's talking about Russia proper.
Right. I see. Yeah, well, I think commonly most people think there are like 20 or 30,000 ICBMs. I know they have MERS, but
yeah, she's saying 6 million. That's incredible. As I said earlier, a lot of news. We just never get it here. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Luba. This is Dmitry. I wonder, you told that you are not especially fond of communists, are you?
I'm sorry?
You don't like communists very much, do you?
Oh, no, I don't like.
And as we all know, Yeltsin and Zyuganov will face each other in a runoff in 2 weeks, and you will probably vote for Yeltsin, correct?
No, I won't vote either for Yeltsin nor for Zyuganov. I'll never give my vote to any communist, former or present. It doesn't matter.
Okay, given the choice, whom would you like to be the next Russian president?
I know that Russia, fortunately, is rich of the wonderful people. I see. I cannot give this outlook for the future because I don't know how will be the behavior of General Levis, but it seems to me that he's able to solve a lot of problems. I like Yuri Vlasov, but Americans don't know too much about Yuri Vlasov.
What about
He's one of the
Yeltsin?
best person in Russia.
Dmitry, who would you like to be the next president?
Well, I guess Yeltsin is a good choice because he is predictable to a certain extent, and I believe that he will be able to push reforms forward, and I'm pretty optimistic about Russia's future, Russia's economy in the future, and I believe that Russia will be one of the greatest countries in the next century, well, maybe along with the United States. I'm not sure about that.
I would like to be optimist too, but I'm really a pessimist. But the pessimist is the optimist with the more information. Probably I know a little bit more than you do. But I can ask you too.
All right.
If Yeltsin, he was a president more than 4 years, almost 5 years, it seems to me. Yes.
Yes.
So, and he didn't solve no one problem at all. He was sleeping. He looks like a Russian bear, who got a prey and then he went to sleep for 4 years for all winter. Now he was waking up and he's trying to, to solve some problems. Believe me, I found his behavior in the current election campaign downright unethical because using his presidential power, he has grabbed control of the powerful news media, and it seems to me that he has not yet started acting like a human being and stopped acting like a communist.
Well, as far as I know, most of Russian media supported Yeltsin without any pressure because they just did not want Zyuganov to get elected, because if he would get elected, any free media in Russia would be over, and they certainly realized that Yeltsin was their only chance, that the free market, free media in Russia would still exist after this election. And as far as his presidential campaign style is concerned, I mean, that's perfectly Russian style. Americans have their own style, and Russians have their own. Don't you think so?
Yes, I'm absolutely agree that any country, had its own way to build a democracy, but all of them finally got the same result. They are prosperous. Most of them are prosperous. But it seems to me that Russia didn't need to imitate America, and probably it might be better to go its own course and according its own historical and psychological and economical background, and taken into account the mentality of Russian people.
Yes, I understand, Luba, that for a long time, anything American in Russia was very, very much in demand, and still is to some extent, but there is now beginning a rebellion against some things from the West. Is that true?
Yes, anti-American feelings are becoming, more aggressive, and unfortunately at human level. I see two reasons why Russians no longer trust Americans. First of all, most of Russians consider that West, with its economic advice, was pursuing the goal of make the former Soviet Union weak and poor. So, and then second reason, that Russia has somehow managed to borrow only the worst sides of capitalism of America. I mean, that's a night in gambling clubs, pornography, street crime, drugs, and even child prostitution that we never had. And the common people, the average people, are sure that all these negative things came from America. They refuse to accept the fact that there are a lot of ways to interpret freedom. Not only like that. It's their fault that they borrowed only negative things from America.
Well, maybe it's because they got everything too fast?
Yes. We cannot ignore the fact that it was America in particular that was urging Russia to adapt, for example, radical economic reforms too quickly. And the privatization and the denationalization carried out over the last 3 years have led to great deal of criminality. And, it seems to me that Russia, right now, Russian people, most of Russian people, especially poor average people, they don't trust America anymore.
No? Are they, I am going, as you know, to Moscow. What advice would you give me going to Moscow?
Please, be careful. Don't trust people around you, because a lot of criminal people could try to get your passport, American passport, or money, or whatever. And the situation there is really very dangerous. I mean, very, very criminal. Be careful. I have a lot of examples when the American people came there and had a lot of problems.
Really?
Yes. One of my friends spent 4 months in the hospital just because he had $300 in his pocket, and I don't know.
So better not carry large amounts of money.
In Russia, you can be killed, murdered, just for nothing, for the can of beer, for example.
For a can of beer?
Yes. It's enough to be killed sometimes.
That's really frightening.
Yeah, because now it's, a lot of young people, I mean, even children, they are living outside in the streets. For example, in St. Petersburg, about 30,000 of children from 5 years old to 15 years old. They live in the street. They left their families because the families aren't able to support them anymore. So, and very high criminality, yes?
Yes.
Yes, among these children. And you understand that the most dangerous criminal people are the children, because they don't have any responsibility.
Well, Luba, a year ago, I went to communist China. I went to Canton. I went on up into China. And I noted two things. One, somebody was always watching me.
Yes.
But two, it was very, very safe. It was very safe. A very few people, a very little crime, many people, of course, but very little crime. And that is what so many of the Russian people, I guess, miss, isn't it? Now many of them have no bread at all. Before they had to wait in a long line for bread.
Mm-hmm.
But
at the same time, they don't have enough money to buy this bread.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. But now they might not live to eat it.
Yeah.
So, I understand why some of the Russian people want, what they used to have.
Mm-hmm.
And
they have the nostalgia.
Sure.
Of this, old good days, because not only because it was the time of their youth or, their love or their life, but because they really have nostalgia because, any system, has some positive sides too. It seems to me, even if I hated communism and socialism, this stupid idea, but anyway, we cannot deny this. Even Soviet system had some positive sides. Everybody had a job. Everybody had a roof above their heads. Everybody had some bread, some food, or some clothes. They had something. Now, most of people don't have anything.
All right. Luba, hold on. We'll be right back to you. Luba Brezhnev is my guest. If you have a question, we're going to devote the next half hour heavily to the phones.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Good morning. My guest is the niece of Leonid Brezhnev, who ran the Soviet Union with an iron hand for 2 decades. She is Luba Brezhnev. She's in the Bay Area. She's now here in America. But she sure does keep up on what's going on back home. If you have a question for her, we'd be glad for you to call it in. And I've got one myself, and then we'll go to the phones heavily in this half hour. To my guest now, Luba Brezhnev, and I have one fast question for you, Luba. If there is a civil war in what used to be the Soviet Union, no matter how it would start, is there a possibility that nuclear weapons would be used in such a conflict?
Oh, for sure, of course. Especially because a lot of people, a lot of terrorist groups already have these weapons. It's out of the control. And we even don't know what will happen tomorrow in Chechnya. They can use the nuclear weapons too.
I know that there was some radioactive materials that were buried in a park, I think, in Moscow here recently. Mm-hmm. And that was sort of a warning, it was said.
Oh, now it seems to me that nuclear weapons are moving around the world. It's very free. It's very free. And it can be found everywhere, even in America.
Great. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Hi.
Hi.
You're on the air.
Luba?
Yes. You're on the air. Go ahead.
It appears that under Yeltsin there has been considerable religious freedom. Do you believe that if someone other than Mr. Yeltsin gets reelected, that religious freedom is going to go down the tubes?
Yes. If Zyuganov is elected, what would you think would happen to religious freedom?
Nothing special, because it seems to me that Zyuganov doesn't care, especially about religion. This terrible time just gone. It's never be back. I'm sure that this so-called communists, like Zyuganov, they are different. It's I'm sure that the religion, the churches won't have any problem. Not because I'm trying to defend them at all, but it seems to me that they will be more concerned about economic situation and how to make in order all this mess. That's all.
Luba, Americans tend to look at what used to be the Soviet Union or Russia in a black or white way. There is no middle area. And what you're saying is there is a middle area, and even if the communists came back, they would not be the same communists that were there before.
No, it never be the same.
All right.
It's impossible. Russia won't go back to the old days.
All right. Well, I think it is important Americans understand that there is a middle ground.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wild card line, you're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Whoops, would have been east of the Rockies. You're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Hello. Where are you?
I'm in Florida. This is John.
Hi, John.
Yes, hi. I grew up in a very first time caller.
Authoritarian
household. I really wasn't allowed to do anything until I was about 18. I got my first taste of freedom when I went off to college, and when I had that freedom, I immediately began binge drinking and eating and staying up all night and sleeping with everyone that I possibly could and doing all sorts of things of questionable legality. And it really took me about 4 years to straighten out my act and get back to school after I failed out, and now I've finally managed to get my life together. I'm 30. I'm just wondering if maybe you think that what went on in Russia is just sort of what went on with me. People had freedom and they just didn't know how to deal with it, and they just sort of went crazy. And maybe now that they've seen what happens if they don't temper their freedom, they'll just sort of tone down on their own at a social level.
All right. It's good. It's a very good question.
Yeah. You are absolutely right. That it seems to me that some people, most of people, unfortunately, they don't know what exactly to do with this freedom. And this kind of freedom can be very dangerous if the people don't understand that this freedom, first of all, is the very, very high responsibility.
But will they come back around on their own? We get reports, Luba, that now in Russia, the mafia controls much of what goes on, so much so the police cannot begin to control it.
You know, mafia, right now, mafia is just only 10% of the corrupt people. So it's not big deal. It seems to me that the corruption, Russian corruption, is much more dangerous than mafia. It will be very easy to, to make in the order the situation with mafia, but the corrupt people who is in charge right now are much more dangerous than mafia. Mafia was everywhere and all this time in Italy and even in America.
That is true. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Good evening or morning.
From the Inland Empire of KGA. Good morning, Brother Bell.
Yes, sir.
Доброе утро, Люба.
Доброе утро.
If I understand the situation, I have two questions. If I understand the situation over there correctly, the next government will be a Kerensky-type government, whether it's Zyuganov or Yeltsin.
Kerensky? What do you mean?
Like back in 1917.
Yes.
The government was divided. Kerensky was elected.
Oh, Kerensky. I'm sorry. I didn't understand. Yes, Kerensky.
Плохая грамматика.
Oh. You mean that now it will be like Kerensky?
I think so. The next government.
No, I don't know. Nobody knows what will happen next. What will happen? You mean it's after in 4 years?
No, in July.
In July.
If Yeltsin wins in July, or if Zyuganov wins in July, the next government will not be able to govern.
You're right. They won't be able to rule. First of all, don't forget that we don't know how will be the end of this fighting this struggle between Yeltsin and Zyuganov. It seems to me that we can expect very, very special situation there. Yeah, if you would like to compare this government that will rise to power in July with Kerensky government, probably you are right. But Yeltsin, even right now, it seems to me that the government of Yeltsin isn't able to solve any problems at all. It's worse than Kerensky government.
All right, wildcard line. You're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Good morning. Hello there.
Hello?
Yes, hello. You're on the air. We don't screen calls. Go.
Okay. That's all. I finished.
Yes, we have somebody else, though.
Okay, good.
Are you there?
Yes?
Not you, Luba.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not you, the caller. No, I guess not. All right, let me try again here. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
How you doing?
I'm all right. Where are you?
Hi, Ben. You're on speakerphone.
Where are you?
Oh, in Kansas City.
Kansas.
You know, I forgot my teeth.
All right. Well, we'll just move on then. No teeth, no call. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, I'm listening in Portland, Oregon.
Yes.
I have a question.
Ask it.
How are the rich people at grocery shopping? The rich.
Oh.
Do they get out and go grocery shopping?
Well, it is an interesting question. Are there now grocery stores, supermarkets? How do people do their shopping there now?
Like in America.
Just
they
like in America.
Come there, pay money, and take in whatever they want. That's all. It's very simple. You know, if you have money, you feel comfortable.
So there is much
everywhere.
There is much more available to buy now.
Oh, absolutely. Now in shopping centers they have everything, but it costs very expensive, more expensive than in America.
Really?
Yes, but the problem is, you know, I would like to add something about the people who are ready to vote for the communists. We can understand the people, this poor people who are starving because they miss this financial stability and free medical care that they had, cheap rent, all this stuff, okay? But we cannot understand, probably it's hard to understand some wealthy people, business people, who will give their votes for the communists. And I thought about this long time, and finally I understood, because most of these people have some professions. And after these reforms, this new time, perestroika and democracy, they, in order to survive, they left their job and they became the business people. Now they're wealthy, they made the money, and they understood that money makes us comfortable. That doesn't give the satisfaction, doesn't make us happy. And the doctors want now to treat the people. The professor would like to be back to the university. Do you understand what I mean? They miss the normal life, the professional life right now, even if they're wealthy and financially stable.
All right, I understand. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Hello.
Hi, Art. Hi, Luba. After hearing about the nuclear stuff, it sounds really superficial, but I'll ask this. Is there any form of monarchist movement yet left? And I heard that the Tsar and his family were going to be reburied. And then one more question. Have you ever heard anything in your government about extraterrestrials or UFOs?
Oh, they talk about this a lot.
I think that's a very popular subject in Russia.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I know that we in Academy of Science, we had a special department who took care of this problem. But it seems to me that it was a big secret very long time.
Yes, many of the files are still coming out, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
He asked about the reburial of the Tsar. Is that was going to happen, but now maybe not, huh?
What do you mean rebellion? I don't understand what you mean.
The Tsar that was killed in Russia.
Oh, Tsar.
Yes,
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I don't see that it will possible that the monarchy will be back, because it seems to me that it's so far from Russia, and more than about 80 years, and it seems to me that it's too late to restore the monarchy. Probably if Russia will be completely in despair, will try different ways, and finally will understand that it's only one way. Probably they will be back, but I don't see any way. No, I'm not sure.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Where are you calling from, please?
Hello, this is Glenn from Rehoboth Beach,
Hi
Delaware.
There. Delaware,
Hi.
Yes.
Hello, Luba.
Hello.
Art, you had spoke about communism survives when it expands, and when it stops expanding, it dies.
Yes.
And I was wondering if it has ever been the agenda of Lupa's uncle to somehow get into the Middle East.
That's a good question. Luba, did your uncle ever express a desire to get his hands on the oil riches of the Middle East?
Never. I never heard it. I know that my uncle, the generations from my uncle, have been through the terrible war, the World War II. He had a very bad experience, and I know that all his life he was against the war. And I've never heard this, I never heard that he wants to get, first of all, Russia is very rich. Russia has a lot of natural resources. We had a lot of gas and oil. We don't need any foreign gas and oil.
In the past, though, it did not have the ability to efficiently take it from the ground. It did not have the equipment. It did not have the knowledge to take the oil from the ground. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Hello.
Yes, sir. There's something I was wondering about since she's on the air and she had contacts probably back in her homeland.
Yes.
Is there a possibility of setting up a computerized program through the Internet in which the Russian businessmen who speak fluent English and Russian language could set up a chat forum in which American businessmen can contact them who only speak English so that they could set up a partnership to start businesses in Russia that might help bring about a more democratic economical system?
All right, it is a good question. The Internet is a big resource, Luba. Is it available yet generally to the Russian people?
Yes, of course. Absolutely. They use it, Internet.
So such a thing as he talks about is now possible.
Now it's possible, of course.
All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Luba Brezhnev. Hello.
Good evening. How are you doing? This is Strangelove calling from Idaho. How you doing?
Oh, hi.
I'm an expert in Russian nuclear affairs, and I have a couple questions for you. I lost my job last year when our attempt to recycle plutonium fell on deaf ears here in this country. Yeltsin could solve his problem by opening up the plutonium reprocessing plants and at Chelyabinsk and Krasnoyarsk. But
Chernobyl?
No, Chelyabinsk.
Chelyabinsk.
Chelyabinsk, yes.
It's on the Ural.
Pardon?
It's in the Ural.
Zero?
Ural, yes. It's next to Magnitogorsk, Chelyabinsk.
Okay, well, Chelyabinsk is sort of like Los Alamos here, and there's only about 120 metric tons of plutonium that is weapons grade in the former Soviet Union, and they can burn it in their BN 600 reactor, the fast reactor up in Belyarsk, and they have plans to build more fast reactors. And in our country, the Clinton administration decided to cancel the integral fast reactor, which would have burned all the weapons plutonium in our country. I was wondering if Yeltsin could have had the plant up and running last year, but the Duma was pressured by environmental groups and Greenpeace and all these other left-wing organizations. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that Yeltsin really is able to solve this problem. First of all, in Russia we have a lot of material, nuclear materials, and it seems to me that we have only one way to create an international bulk of plutonium, at least as a temporary resolution of the task of elimination of all plutonium in the world. But I don't believe that Yeltsin really even tried to solve this problem, because first it's cost very expensive. It's cost enormously expensive, and Russia doesn't have this money. Or even if they have this money are on the foreign accounts of the corrupt people.
There are many, many, many environmental problems in Russia because they don't have the money, aren't there?
Yeah. It's ecological problems. It's really, it's terrible. The people are dying just because of this ecology. The situation with ecology is terrible.
Russia is now a very sad country, isn't it?
Yeah, sad, upset, I don't know, unhappy, miserable, poor, and I don't know, I don't see any future. I have no illusions about Russia, unfortunately, and believe me, it hurts me deeply.
Do you want to go back to visit?
I would like to, but my parents and my relatives ask to stay where I am because they would like to see me if I'll get the citizenship, American citizenship, and probably I will very soon on July or in August. So I can come there as a citizen of America. Probably I'll be touched in some way. But still, even if I'll have this passport, it seems to me that I cannot be safe there. I talk a lot about the agents of KGB, about the Yeltsin government, and I'm not sure that I'm welcome there and they will love me. No, I'm not sure.
They might not love you, huh?
They don't. Americans love me.
Americans do seem to love you. That is true.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends here. They really love me. They give me a lot of support, moral support. I feel very comfortable with Americans. Very comfortable.
And not so comfortable with the Yeltsin government.
Oh no. I even don't want to shake their hands. You know, I had the opportunity to shake a hand to the colonel of the KGB. He came, he was so excited to be introduced to me at the party, and I refused to shake his hand.
All right, Luba, I want to thank you for being with us this morning. It was very, very interesting, and as events come in Russia, we will call you again.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Luba,
sorry for my English.
Good night, Luba.
Good night. Bye-bye. Take care.
That's it. We'll be back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More somewhere in time coming up. We're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 20th of June, 1996.
Good morning, everybody. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Luba Brezhnev. Leonid Brezhnev's niece. And I really thought that you deserved the opportunity to hear what's really going on in Russia. And in many ways, how meaningless this election is in view of the condition of that country. And I wanted to hear it myself. As you know, I'm going to Moscow, and I've thought this over carefully, and I have received many stern warnings from many people, now including Ms. Brezhnev. I'm going to go anyway. I'm set on it. Maybe it's dumb, but I'm going to go anyway. I know it's not safe, but, you know, hey, a lot of things you do in life are not safe. I want to see it. I really want to see it. I'm told that Moscow now is like our the old West times, many times. In other words, it's very dangerous, but I'll try and stay in relatively safer places, and I want to see it. That's all. Now, briefly, the news of the day. The Clinton White House is under siege. They could make a movie about it. White House under siege. It's getting worse quickly. The administration is under very heavy political fire as several separate investigations proceed in Congress concurrently. The sexiest of them is the FBI file problem. 400 plus files ordered to the White House. The White House said, well, it was just a minor military functionary and it was an administrative blunder. So yesterday, and I got to see them live on CNN, the Senate held hearings. And the White House story didn't quite hold up. See, the White House had said, well, we got this outdated list from the Secret Service. They gave it to us. Just one minor little problem. The Secret Service came to testify and said, wrong. Not only did we not give you the list, or give the White House the list, but our computer could not even have generated such a list. So, how did that list get to the White House? Nobody knows. Who's going to investigate this tangled web of political trouble? Janet Reno says the Justice Department, represented by the FBI, can't do it. It's conflict of interest. See, the special prosecutor said, sorry, I don't have the authority. And he threw it back to Justice. And Janet Reno, properly actually, has said it is a conflict of interest. We cannot have the FBI investigating who transferred the FBI files. That makes sense. So she has asked that the special prosecutor be given the authority to do this. And by the way, this is Ken Starr, who yesterday the White House criticized as perhaps not the right man for the job. Now they want him to do this, and they say they have every confidence he will do it well. Even the Democrats on the Senate committee cannot believe what they're hearing. Now, Senator Joe Biden, who would normally be four square right in the administration's corner, yesterday said, quote, referring to the Clinton administration. Now listen to this, quote, are they as stupid as they appear to be? Are they as incompetent as they appear to be? And if that's all it is, that's still bad. But there's a second question, and very important one indeed. Was this done to get information and dirt for political reasons? Now, if that's what it is, it's dangerous and it's frightening, because this is Big Brother. If they did it, and I suspect it is the case, so they might get dirt on their enemies, then welcome to 1984, a few years late. That is the action of a police state, not a democratic republic. And so this is, in many ways, very, very chilling. And this is not an overuse of that word. Already what the White House said about how they got the list is pure BS. Secret Service didn't give it to them, so what? They lied? Another bureaucratic blunder? This looks dirtier and dirtier and dirtier by the moment. Prosecutors are accusing a senior White House aide of conspiring to hide bank withdrawals for the president's Arkansas gubernatorial reelection, 1990. It's very serious. These scandals now pointed at the White House are very, very serious, and all of this may well now explode in the president's face before the election. And so, as I've been saying right along, by the way, you want to hear something really disturbing? The president had lost ground in polls. Now, with the news that we've got here, I would think the president would be losing ground, wouldn't you? This is very serious stuff. But, I saw a poll yesterday that showed the president had regained nearly all he lost, and there is now 18 points difference between Bob Dole and Bill Clinton. 18 points. Now, exactly how bad does the news have to get before the American people go, oh, really? Here, let me think about my vote. But they're not doing that. They seem to, for a moment, stumble and say, now, wait a minute, we may have a real problem here. And then they just sort of forgot it. And the president is once again 18 points ahead. What the hell is going on? I really mean that. What the hell is going on? How can he have read the comeback kid? He wrote the book. Unbelievable to me. Absolutely unbelievable. And I wish I could throw some other words in there, select words, to give it emphasis, but you can't do that. Even in late-night radio, you shouldn't do that, so I won't. But you know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Where are the American people's brains? This is not fluff stuff. This is not the president's little tryst with Paula or Jennifer or whoever. This is very serious stuff. When you're talking about acquisition of files, virtually an enemies list, and at first I was willing to concede, well, maybe it was some sort of bureaucratic blunder, but now they're even lying about where they got the list. Or the Secret Service is lying, one of the two, because yesterday they denied it. They said, no, we didn't give the White House this list. What the hell's going on up there? And even if you assume the worst about what's going on up there, the better question is, what the hell's going on in the country? That the people, all of you, well, maybe not you, you're talk people, but the average citizen just isn't paying attention or doesn't care. Either way, it's frightening. The income gap between wealthy and poor Americans continues to grow. The Census Bureau tells us between 1968 and 94, the richest in America are now 44% richer. The poorest Americans' income has only risen by 8%. So the rich get richer, the poor fall farther behind. Haven't even kept up with inflation, not by a long shot. Not good for any country, even America, if it continues. And so how do we, with any sort of equality, see to it that that trend reverses itself without taking from the rich to give to the poor, without playing Robin Hood? How do we get this trend to eventually reverse, and what happens if it does not? The American Lung Association says smog and air pollution appear to be linked to tens of thousands of hospital emergency room visits every year. Wow. Lung Association has released a survey of 13 cities that found that exposure to ground-level ozone or smog is linked to up to 50,000 emergency room visits and up to 15,000 admissions. Holy mackerel. Dr. Kevorkian at it again. This time a woman with a horrible, horrible disease that slowly and surely and painfully destroys the spinal column. The woman likened it to 1,000 knives in her back every day, suffering horribly. Dr. Kevorkian, with other physicians apparently present, has done it again, and she is out of her misery. What are we going to do about Dr. Kevorkian? What should be done about Dr. Kevorkian? I'm not exactly sure. Art the quickening has struck again in Portland, not in the form of high winds or floods, but in the form of the now popular demented pastime of church burning. At 3 a.m., the call went out to 911. The Emmanuel Christian Fellowship Church in North Portland was on fire. At 3:03 a.m., the top-notch Portland Fire Bureau arrived on the scene. Due to their quick response and excellent firefighting skills, damage to the building was limited, though it is totally unusable in its present condition. Pastor Mark Strong says he knows of no one who holds a grudge against them, has no idea why anybody would want to burn their church. The church is 40 years old, has a very diverse and integrated membership with about 150 parishioners. The fire investigators have ruled this to be arson, and at this time they have no suspects. Art, what kind of soulless sickos get their kicks torching churches? Guess they're part of the same plague of demented behavior that we have been talking about week after week after week. A 5-year-old beating a baby to death, a mother drowning her kids in a car, a man walking into a class of kindergartners and opening fire. If these lost souls are so intent on self-destruction, I wish they would save the rest of us a lot of grief by performing self-immolation with a can of gasoline and a flick of their Bic. I realize this sounds callous, but I've really had it up to here with these uncaring, empty-eyed, soulless freaks. Steve in Portland. And then a lighter note here, or maybe not, depending on your point of view. Hey, Art, I find it more than just a little strange that a tropical depression formed off the coast of Florida on your birthday, June 17th, strengthened into something called Tropical Storm Arthur, came ashore with strong winds and torrents of rain in your birthplace. What kind of devilish tricks are you up to, Mr. Antichrist? All of that is coincidentally true. But I deny firmly that last line. I am not the Antichrist, but I will be right back. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Morning, Art. It's Robert in New Orleans.
Hello, Robert.
First, let me say I know you're not the Antichrist. I was married to her, and she's in North Carolina.
Are you sure she's there?
I hope she's there. She was there last time I sent her a child support check.
I see.
As far as Clinton and Dole, I mean, I don't know. What's going on in the White House now is enough to get a president impeached. Yet Dole, for some reason, won't jump on the attack. He ought to be like a Tyrannosaurus Rex and just go after him like crazy.
He ought to be all over him right now. I mean,
lesser people have been thrown out of the White House, or at least the people on the staff of White Houses. I mean, when Nixon was president, one of his people gave a FBI file to a reporter, and he went to prison.
Well, I've heard Bob Dole say he is not going to attack President Clinton on the character issue. Well, my God. If you don't attack President Clinton on the character issue, and all of this stuff is included in that, frankly, then you've automatically, for somebody who's a poor campaigner anyway, you've discarded your big ammunition.
I thought one of the things that you'd want is a person of good character in there to begin with. I mean, if Dole's supposed to be the man, then he has to show that the other guy who opposes him is just terrible in every respect.
Yes, sir.
Especially in morality.
Yes, sir.
So this is completely crazy. It's like this president's made out of Teflon, and everything just rolls right off of him. And the first thing they jump back is they're going to say, well, Dole's against abortion. Dole's against the gays. I mean, this is crazy. What kind of country are we running into where we're just forgetting the important things like character?
Well, that's what I'm trying to point out in my discouraged little way here, that it is the American people. And the polls that are showing us what they're showing right now prove my point, I'm sorry to say.
I have to agree, but it's still, like you say, it's the people who will vote these things regardless of gays in the military or if it's going to be abortion. That's going to be left up to the people. Let's worry about now getting the president in there that we can respect and stand behind when the time comes.
I appreciate your call, sir. The only real difference, and I'm not even sure about this because I'm not sure what kind of appointments Dole would make. The only real difference that we could discuss would be the appointments to federal courtships. The appointments to the U.S. Supreme Court. Those could perhaps be meaningful over the next 4 years, or not, depending on what happens with the court. There could be a big difference there, or perhaps not much of a difference. I don't know. I really don't know. It's a mixed match kind of thing. Because Clinton's been wounded trying to appoint liberals. And so he's become kind of centrist in some of his appointments. Bob Dole claims there would be no litmus test, so you could end up either way with both of these men with regard to appointments. Federal court positions, you might have something meaningful there. But as I look at the issues, and I do look at the issues, even if I'm not here discussing them with you a lot of times, I don't see a great deal of difference. No, Bob Dole wouldn't put gays in the military. But then again, Bill Clinton wasn't successful doing that anyway, and it's not really a big issue. What are the big issues? Money. Our debt. Our deficit. It's what had me going with Ross Perot. He's the only guy who's really talked the truth. Otherwise, it's going to be a race to see who can promise us what, and then not deliver. A wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
Okay.
This is a third-time caller from Denver. My name is Brian.
Yes, Brian. Good to have you.
Hey, good to be on. I just wanted to say that, well, yeah, it's looking pretty grim as far as Bill Clinton goes, but I have a feeling that if he's our next president again, he's going to invoke the wrath of God on this country. I just feel that.
Well, I don't know if I feel that. I think that the people that are going to invite the wrath of God upon this country are the people of this country.
Yeah, that's true, too. Especially when you got 30 million abortions a year.
Well, you know what? The abortion question ultimately is in the hands of the Supreme Court, not the president.
That's true. That is true.
It really is true. And the behavior of the people of this country, the druggies out there, the little soulless creatures that are running around killing, I don't know that behavior is going to change under Bob Dole or Bill Clinton. I think it will continue. So I think the people of this country are the ones that are going to invite the Lord's wrath.
Well, you may be right. You may be right. Well, thank you for having me on, Art.
Thank you, and take care. I'll say again what I said earlier, and I think this is key. We have a good man who cannot win and a bad man who can win. And that's the way I see all of this shaping up. I think it's going to be a lot closer than it is right now. That is a natural thing as we get closer to Election Day. But unless something really radically changes, and by the way, I do have a little idea of what that could be, then I think we'll get 4 more years of Bill Clinton. That's what I think. And I think all of us, individually, collectively, we're the ones who will bring or hold away God's wrath.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 20th of June, 1996. Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 20th, 1996.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. I'm Art Bell, and I'll just leave that last article at that. That's the Wall Street Journal. And the Democrats are training their people how to call talk radio, and the advice seems to be deflect, deny, evade, and act stupid. Well, that shouldn't be hard for many of my callers of that persuasion. That's what they do. I've noticed that for years. When losing an argument, change the subject. You can tell the ones that have gone through this training course, can't you? Doc is perhaps the prime example, followed by Charlie. And then a long list of others. Art, advertising integrity. Please explain to me why you advertised Loprena liquid aspirin long before you tested it. Well, how do you know that's right? You're wrong. I don't put anything on the air without testing it. And what I used Loprena first for, long before I advertised it actually, was my back. I have a terrible back. And it worked moderately well on that. I have a deep problem with 2 discs in the lower part of my back, and have had for years. It's my cross to bear. And I noted that it worked on that. And that's when I began advertising it. Then I did not use it again because I didn't have an owie until I destroyed my thumb. So that's your answer. I don't advertise anything without trying it. That's it. Period. I don't do it. And this, dear Art, regarding the polls showing Clinton ahead of Dole, I saw one just tonight, showed Clinton 23 points ahead of Dole. And in the 3 key states, the figures were New York, Clinton 24 points ahead, California 23 points ahead, Florida 13 points ahead. Obviously, people would rather have Clinton than Dole under any circumstances. Maybe people are tired of conservatives, period. Now, bear in mind, this is signed Liberal Sue in Illinois, but the figures, I think, are roughly accurate. And they reflect something totally frightening. I mean, to me, completely and utterly frightening. How can the guy bounce back again after what we're seeing going on right now in Washington? I mean, some of this stuff really is scary. But it doesn't seem to bother the American public. These are not just Democrat polls. These are polls of the American people. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Anyway, to the phones we go. Open lines. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. That's the way it works on this program. And you never know what's coming. Here it comes. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening to you.
Good morning.
Yeah, morning it is, actually.
This is your pest Mike in Madison.
Oh, okay.
How are you?
Fine.
Listen, Art, it seems to me that as we watch the media, we often accuse them, at least over the airwaves late at night, of not reporting all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And sometimes we accuse them of misreporting certain things.
Yes.
I just am not really sure how you place so much faith in polls that are conducted by the very same news organizations that we accuse of being so unworthy of their task.
Well, all right. Let me bounce this off you, all right? You remember the Reagan years?
Sure.
Remember the early Bush years?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the polls were friendly to those respected presidents. I believed them then, and so I'm not hypocritical enough to not believe them now. I think the polls are accurate. I'm sorry. There is a scientific method of measurement, and for the most part, they're right.
Well, why is it then that whatever circles I travel in, and I mean I'm not the most widely traveled.
That's it. You're answering your own question. In your circles, you don't. People agree with you and don't like Clinton.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just random stops at the barber shop, at the convenience store. The people I run into there are a cross section of society.
Yeah.
And in general, I would say that they're not impressed with either candidate, but they're definitely alerted to the fact that that Clinton and company cannot be trusted. I think if they were asked, they would say, I would rather have a man who could be trusted. Now, perhaps what we're pointing at here is the problem that people don't feel they can trust Dole either.
Well, maybe that's right. Maybe they just don't want Dole. Maybe they think he's too old, not articulate. I don't know what it is. I really don't. I'm at a loss, but I'm sorry. I do believe the polls. So
I appreciate getting my chance, and have a good evening.
Right. Thank you for the call. I think it would be hypocritical to say that the polls that tend to support what I believe are baloney, and the polls that support what I believe, which is what a lot of people do, why those are accurate polls. I don't do that. Through all the years that I've been doing this program, I generally do rely on and believe the polling information. I know it's not the populist thing to do, and when you disagree with something, it's always easier to say, oh, the polls suck. It's the liberal media doing the polls. No, it's not. It's polling companies doing the polls. And while, yes, you can influence the result by the question you ask, as a general rule, there are sound scientific ways that polls are done, and they are accurate to within the ranges stated, and they're pretty much right. I mean, they really are. So it's our time is better spent asking what the hell's going on with the American people, that they're not responding to what they're hearing in the media right now. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Joe in Flint, Michigan.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah. I consider myself just an average American, and I've been listening to all this politics stuff going on for years and years and years.
Sure.
And I don't consider myself a Democrat or a Republican. I was thinking about it for a while. When I grew up, I was taught, the Democrats, they seem to be for the people, and then I grew older and I went in the Army and spent some time in there, and I thought about the Republicans. They seem to be, more apt for the military. And now I'm thinking the only way to solve our problem in politics is for an independent to get in there. Somebody that has their own money, they're set. Somebody that, doesn't have to favor special interest or anything like that. Like Ross Perot. I know a lot of people laugh about him. But, this little guy, he's got all the bucks. He isn't worried about, hey, am I going to get reelected? Or, am I going to make some money out of special interest? Somebody like that, somebody who can go in there, bang some heads.
Our country had that chance.
Yeah,
And, wait a minute. And he blew it. That's all there is to it. I was a big Perot supporter. I voted for Perot. Even after he quit like an idiot. And then came back again. And that's where he blew it. He was leading everybody. If he'd really had his act together, if he'd have been the right guy, he could have done it. That would have been the year.
Yeah, I agree totally. But I'm thinking that maybe not Ross Perot, but some independent, somebody that's out there.
Who?
I don't know who. They're out there. They're out there. They're the people with the money, and they're the people that are complaining. Hey, let's get somebody in there that isn't going to be, tempted by special interest or, these other groups, and can actually run the show.
I'm with you.
He won't be, for the Republicans, so the Democrats will be against him. Or if he's a Democrat, he won't have all the Republicans against him.
All right, maybe somebody like Lebed in Russia. Huh? I know, but where is this shining knight, with all the money and the independence? And yes, my heart longs for such a person. And I agree, this election stinks. That's how I feel about it. It stinks. Bob Dole is a good person, but he's not a good candidate. Bill Clinton is a good candidate, but he's not a good person. I really don't like either alternative. I don't see any bright future ahead for us either way. I'm lost. I'm ticked off at politics. I'm ticked off at the American people's apathy. I'm just fed up. I'm really fed up with politics. And I don't see any outcome of this election, whether Mr. Clinton self-immolates politically and Bob Dole gets in, or whatever happens. There's not going to be a very discernible difference in the next years ahead. Short of somebody on a shining night trotting in on a horse at the last moment, and I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know. I'm just discouraged. Politics. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Nonpartisan Tim, San Diego.
Hello there.
Boy, I'm really cynical tonight. You know what's going on over in Russia with this communist candidate that's getting so much support?
Yes.
If that were to happen here, if things were to get so bad that a lot of the American people were going hungry, we would take any solution that was handed to us. I know it. To hear these people talk and to watch people how they support Clinton after all of his.
I know. It blows me away.
American people walk around,
If you listened carefully to Lyubov Brezhnev in that interview, it's not really going to much matter how the election turns out, because that country is split down the middle, and that is the prescription in the shape they're in for a civil war, and that's what's going to come.
That's right, and then the same thing would happen here, and I get so tired of people walking around saying that it will never happen here, it will never happen here. You just take a little bit of somebody's food or toys away. The American people are nothing but a bunch of grazing cattle, and when it comes down to it, they would trade their freedom for comfort in a heartbeat.
Well, I suspect you're right. Thank you. And isn't that what they're doing? I mean, wasn't there a day when the American people would, for all the other scandals that are going on, and whatever may be in Mr. Clinton's past in Arkansas as governor, whatever. There's a lot of you-know-what that went on down there. And for all his dalliances and whatever else we might talk about with respect to Clinton, that was nothing. You look at this FBI thing. Here, they're already lying about where they got this list. That was evident yesterday. Even Biden was beside himself, as I illustrated to you with this comment earlier. This is frightening. I mean, this really is big government at its worst. This is 1984 a few years later. And it's not even affecting the American people. If you believe the surveys, Clinton's on his way back up. 20 points or better. It's absolutely astounding. So, isn't that what they're doing? Trading freedom? For what? For the comfort Clinton provides? For what? I don't even understand it. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning to you.
This is Smoking Joe in Anchorage.
Yes, sir.
I really wanted to ask Major Dane the other day.
Well, he's not here now.
Yeah, I know. He's saying he used cavalry as one of his targets. And the thing I was going to ask him is if the Spear of Longinus was or the Holy Grail was ever used as a target.
All right, well, if he gets back on, you can ask him that, but he's not here now, so you sure can't. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi there, Art.
Hi.
Wow, I'm amazed I got through. I had one question for you first before I made my comment. The other night you were holding something in your hand there. Have you ever announced what that is?
No, I wasn't holding it in my hand. I had it sitting over here. Yeah, it was dolphins jumping.
Oh, well, I didn't have that.
All right.
Okay, anyway, just the comment that I wanted to make, and I'm not necessarily saying that Clinton is the best president or anything, but I've always thought kind of like if you had a mechanic that could work on your car,
yes,
and you knew this guy was a really good mechanic,
right,
but you knew that he went home and beat his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say I'm not going to go to that mechanic because even though he's the best mechanic, but he beats his wife at home? And
well, I still might take my car to him to be fixed if you presuppose that he's a good mechanic. However, I do not presuppose that our president is a good mechanic.
No,
he talks a good game. He's like the guy, you go in, you take your car in, the guy says, yeah, I'm going to have 3 of my best guys on it. Right away, and we're going to take care of you, and blah, blah. He really talks that talk, but he doesn't walk that walk, and your car will never be the same again. That's the way I view Clinton.
Right, but I just mean if you did have that choice, if you could have the good president, but he was going to be sleeping around, and he was going to be doing these things, but he could run the country great. I mean, would you rather let that slide and let the country be run great?
Yeah, I'm not such a blind moralist that I would ignore performance because of personal flaws with regard to a president. But I think you cannot really separate them, and the years of Clinton so far have really sort of proven that.
Yeah, I won't disagree about Clinton.
All right. So in other words, he's not the mechanic that you would have him be in your scenario. Otherwise, I might be able to agree. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art. Hey, JD from Missouri.
Hi, JD.
I wouldn't get too crazy over these polls, and I'll tell you why. I think even though the polls are very accurate as far as what they reflect from the respondents, there's no way to tell what the people who refuse to participate in the poll think. And I think, from my experience, there's a large number of conservatives that will not participate in polls because they feel they're going to be manipulated to, say whatever they want, the pollster wants them to say. And I think they just opt out of the polling process.
Well, I still think it's wishful thinking because the pollsters scientifically are sure that they get a representative sample. That's how you get a scientific poll.
Well, sure, yeah. Well, let me give you an example. I was involved in a couple of polls in this area dealing with gambling and different things, and the people who were conservative were more likely, I think, to challenge the question. They would, and we were told to just disregard, those people. If they challenge the question or they get halfway through the poll and get mad at you and just hang up or just refuse to participate, you disregard those. And I think conservatives are more likely to do that because they don't trust the system to begin with. And I think that's why you have a situation like you had in 1994 where all the polls showed that the Democrats were going to basically stay even or maybe gain some seats in the Senate and the House, and you had a Republican landslide, and the people.
Well, now the polls, no, you're really wrong. The polls did change, and as you got toward Election Day, the polls did begin to show that there was going to be that there was a strong Republican surge right at the end there.
Well,
yes, they did. I followed them daily.
Okay, well, I'll grant you that.
And I'm not saying that it may not change. I'm just saying that with the revelations over the last 2 or 3 weeks, there was a dip in the president's popularity, and it popped right back again.
Right. Well, I agree. That's kind of disturbing. And any time you have a poll that shows, 60% or 70% or whatever it is don't trust him, but 50-something% will still vote for him. That is very disturbing. And I think, but I do think I'll stand by. I think that the polls are flawed at this point, and I think maybe as we get a little closer, maybe more people will be inclined to participate. But I think at this point, I think you have so many people, and I think they're basically conservatives that are just not wanting to opt into the polls.
Well, sir, I would say to you, if it feels better for you to believe that, I'm happy for you, and have a good night.
Okay.
Take care. I'm sorry. I do believe the polls. I believe they're accurate. Roughly accurate. Oh, sure, polls have been wrong. They have been wrong. But generally, they're not. And when you talk about the big Gallup series of polls, they're pretty close and, frankly, pretty representative. I know we all complain about the questions. Or we might say, well, conservatives don't participate. But they have a very scientific way. You can write to Gallup, for example. It's like measurement of radio audiences. It's not always right, but it's close and it's pretty much right. All right? It varies a little from survey to survey. I understand that because I'm in the business, as it does with polls. Polls vary a little bit from poll to poll. But when you've got many of them showing roughly the same thing, then you can pretty well begin to figure out that, hey, this is the way it is right now. And I think your time is then better spent trying to figure out why it is that way. Why the American people, despite all of the incredible news, still support this president. How come?
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
Tonight we'll put all of the things aside. Give in this time and show me some affection. We're going for
Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Good to be here. Glad to be telling you what I really think, and not afraid to. Put another way, I think Bob Dole is like a guy who brings a knife to a gunfight. Not good. Clinton is a gunfighter, and he is a consummate politician. Can you deny that? I mean, he is so good at what he does. So good at what he does. And Bob Dole has decided he's going to take the high road. Which apparently means, and to me there really is no high road left in American politics. You've got to go for the jugular. And if somebody's coming after you with a gun, you better have one. And Bill Clinton is a guy with a gun. The political gun. And not afraid to use it. And Bob Dole isn't that guy. The only thing that I would say, and the only, I'm certainly not the only hope, but somebody's got to do it. I would be willing to do it. I would love to have Bob Dole on. I've made the invitation. The American people have got to get to know Bob Dole in a way they have not yet. And maybe that could be done on national radio. And it doesn't have to be me. Maybe Rush. Somebody has got to sit down with Bob Dole and drag the passion out of that man. And maybe it's nerves. Maybe it's that he is nervous in front of the major media. He doesn't do well. Maybe if he were sitting at home, relaxed, on a telephone, and somebody had an opportunity to bring the passion from him, if it's there, the vision from him for America, because that's what the American people want to hear, then maybe. But the way I see it and read it right now, there's no hope. I don't like having that feeling. I don't like feeling without hope. And I wish I didn't have to tell you I felt that way. Art, I heard Dole voted against only 3 of Clinton's judicial nominees. Some difference, huh? Arthur in San Francisco, looking forward to voting for Harry Brown. The other guy who has spoken the truth, not just Ross Perot. Well, it depends on your vision of the truth. Harry Brown certainly tells us what he believes. I've had Harry Brown on if he becomes the nominee of the party. As a matter of fact, I talked to the Harry Brown people earlier today. But I don't think Harry Brown is going to be our next president either. I'm not beyond going to a third party. Believe me, I'm not. If there was a candidate out there who would have a chance to win, I'd be there. Depending on who it was. I could conceivably vote for a third-party candidate, but there's nobody out there right now. I'm not in the business of wasting my vote. For all I've said and all my discouragement, I'm not going to waste my vote, and I'm sorry, Harry Brown, libertarian supporters. That's a waste. He's not going to win. I will vote for Bob Dole. There's no question about it. I will vote for Bob Dole, but I know where my vote is going. And it's going to no good effect, because I don't believe he will win. Isn't that terrible? But that's just an honest read for you as I stand back and I look at this from any angle. I'm sorry. That's the way I read it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art?
Yes.
I agree with you about the third parties. But if the third parties would get up and get really, now, Clinton seems to be ahead. But if a good third-party candidate, because Dole won't do it, but if a good third-party candidate would get in there and get into neighborhood watch groups and stuff, show around the film of the Clinton Chronicles, get out the book called Slick Willie 1 and Slick Willie 2.
You don't need the Clinton Chronicles.
They need to attack Clinton every way they can.
Yeah, no, but not...
And they could take all the votes away from Clinton and be the next president.
Not the Clinton Chronicles way. There's too much in there that is unsubstantiated. That's all there is to it. Look, there's plenty of real material out there right now.
And then the things right now that you mentioned, it came up obviously in some news and stuff to attack Clinton.
You want to talk about Travelgate. You want to talk about the FBI files. You want to talk about Whitewater as it all begins to deepen and get closer. Those are the things that they ought to be on. They don't need the Chronicles.
Oh, they can use those
allegations
too. Those
of murder and all the rest of it.
Things you mentioned is excellent.
The things I mentioned are real. And what is Bob Dole doing about them? Nothing.
That's what I said. If a third-party candidate, American Independent or something, would get on there and do that, libertarians, they could actually get enough votes, I think, to get in as a president.
It would depend on who it is. Thank you. Sure. It could happen. If somebody who came along who was actually viable. See, I don't think Harry Brown is viable. I'm going to tell you as much truth about Harry Brown as I feel about Dole. I don't think Brown's viable. I don't think the libertarians are viable. Until the libertarians drop the purity of their ideology as it relates to drugs and so forth and so on, there's no way. No way. Someday, maybe. Another third-party candidate? A guy on a white horse? Maybe. But I don't see it there now, do you? Clearly, it's going to be Dole and Clinton. And Clinton is going to win. And we're going to have 4 more years of Clinton. That's what I believe is going to happen. If I see anything different, or even the hope of anything different, I'll be sure to let you know. In the meantime, that's the way I see it going. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Turn your radio off, please.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to talk about a new possible third-party candidate.
Yes.
It's going to be a little humor, but I'm saying let's get Jack Kevorkian behind the wing and get this country rocking.
You want Jack Kevorkian for president?
Yeah, why not?
Is that right?
Well, I'm a libertarian, and I just heard him, talk about the seriousness of Harry, and voted for Harry in the primaries. But I agree, it's not going to happen. So,
well, if you think Harry Brown is not viable, well, I won't use his name. How in the heck do you think Jack Kevorkian would be viable?
Well, I don't, but I think it would be. You're talking about the dark horse politics about Bill. I mean, there's no darker a horse than Jack Kevorkian.
Well, you're right about that. No, you're right. Yeah, there's no darker horse. Nobody less likely to become
fun. We need some laughs in the White House. Why not? Why not? Are you familiar with Jello Biafra?
Yes.
Let's get Jello and Jack on the same ticket, and we're free. I'm serious.
I know.
I'm dead serious.
That's what's so scary about it. We're doomed.
We are
doomed, and you're at the head of the parade.
I am at the head, and I'm waving the flag.
Yeah, you are, and maybe from that point of view, Kevorkian makes sense. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dick, and I am from South Bend, Indiana.
Yes, sir.
Couple of things that I wanted to talk to you about. Well, one thing with Russia, I was watching this documentary on PBS, and it was about some expedition trekking across Russia and stuff like that, and they stopped at a nuclear power plant, and they were talking to the people, and the people had told them that they hadn't gotten paid for like 6 to 9 months.
That's right.
Working in a nuclear power plant.
That's
right.
right.
Oh, my God. And these people just keep on doing it, because it has to be done. And another thing I wanted to just say real quick, and then I'll get off the air, is I figured out who would be a good presidential candidate.
Who would that be?
I believe Bill Cosby would be.
Bill Cosby?
Yeah, he was a hospital corpsman in the Navy who served with the Marines during the Vietnam War. He's got a doctorate in psychology. So he's a learned man. And, if I would vote for him, because I firmly believe that I am not racist at all. And if we were to put in a man like Bill Cosby, I think that...
Bring a little humor to the White House.
Well, sometimes maybe that's what is needed, too. So
all right.
That's all I wanted to say.
There's some high humor, a dark kind of humor, albeit, in the White House now. No pun intended, or maybe it was, I don't know. See, that's why I don't talk about politics much anymore, because that is exactly the way I feel. I feel that we've got a good man who can't win, and we've got a bad man who can win. It's exactly how I feel. And I'm not going to not say it because of party loyalty or something. That's just not me. You can get that elsewhere. You won't get it here. I'm going to tell you what I think. And that sums it up in a good sentence for you, huh? We've got a good man who can't win and a bad man who can. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I'm actually not a first-time caller, but I wanted to ask you, you know who Morris Dees is?
Yes.
Okay, have you read the book Gathering Storm?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you. I just finished it. I keep saying I'm going to send you stuff. I was supposed to send you that censored book, too. Remember that call?
I do.
Okay, well, I'll send them both together. How's that?
That'd be great.
Okay, one more thing. The strangest thing I heard the other night, you remember the night you were off when you had to go to the hospital with your wife? And you had that rerun?
Yes, sir.
Well, the next night, I was listening to some alternative rock station, and they were playing some industrial grunge music with that interview in the background.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding you. And every once in a while, you could hear your voice commenting, but, it was the guy making his comments on harp.
Where was this?
It's San Francisco. I'm calling from Hayward, California.
Well, there are a couple of pirate stations up there that take a lot of what I do from time to time and run it.
Yeah.
There are. I know.
It was the weirdest thing I ever heard. It was really this dirge music, and it was so depressing. And this thing was running in the background this whole conversation. You know, it's just
Yeah,
it was crazy.
that's typical of what they do. A lot of pirate stations pick me up and run some of the stuff I do. So you know.
But this was a recording where they'd put this in the music.
I know.
You know, it was real strange.
No, it's typical.
Real strange. Anyway, this book, Gathering Storm, it'll answer a lot of questions. It really goes into your Christian identity and questions with the militia and William Pierce or whatever his name is.
Dr. Pierce. Yeah, I'll look forward to it.
Okay, yeah, I'll get it in the mail to you tomorrow. I just finished it, and it really knocked my socks off.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Take care. Yeah, I'll look forward to that. Sounds like a good read. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Barb from Bellevue. I haven't called for quite a while.
It has been a while, Barb. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. By the way, if history is correct in my memory, in 1940, everybody woke up thinking that Dewey was going to be president.
That's right.
A newspaper printed that he won, but Roosevelt won.
Yes.
So as a suggestion of hope, rather than thinking that one person will lose or win, if people really voted their conscience, they could change the election.
Well, they could.
And so all we have to do is make individual...
Do you think there is more conscience in America now? Do you think people are more likely to have this pure moment of insight, or less likely than when that headline was printed so long ago?
I think there's more
Answer
hope.
honestly now.
No, I think there's more hope. I think people are getting mad.
Oh, Barb. Oh, Barb. Sweet
You don't think
Barb.
so?
No. No, I don't.
I think that's portrayed in the media, but if you talk to people on the streets, they don't seem to... I don't run into that. Everybody's very concerned about the country, and they do want to make a correction.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got to... How do you account for the polls, Barb?
I've never been called on a poll.
So
because they never... Washington, D.C.?
So because they never called you, they're wrong?
No, but who are they polling? They never identify where they've called, the geographic area.
Barb, write to Gallup. Ask them to send you the methodology and scientific methods that are used in polling. Read about it.
What do you think about Black's polling?
About what?
Black. He has a poll.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't read how he does his polls. I did take the trouble to write to Gallup.
Part of the problem is, too, on how the questions are posed.
Well,
skewed answers.
Who do you prefer for president? Now,
I don't have a target this year for president.
No, I understand, but I'm saying that is frequently how presidential polls are done. What is your presidential preference? It's a simple question. It's not a tricky question.
No, I don't have a candidate. I'm very distraught. I may not cast a vote this year.
Well, I will.
I realize we have to get Mr. Clinton out of there.
I'm very distraught,
inept.
Barb. I'm very distraught, but I certainly will go cast a vote, and what I hope will be a meaningful vote. And right now, that means I couldn't vote for Harry Brown. I couldn't vote for some obscure candidate in protest, somebody who wouldn't have a chance to win. And I'm sure as hell not going to vote for Clinton. So,
no way.
So I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote for Dole, but I'm honest when I tell you that I think he does not have a chance.
Well, then there's this debate. You vote for Dole because it's a vote against Clinton. But is your vote really for Dole?
Well, let me examine that. Let me think about that, Barb. It's a fair question. No, I think that I could honestly say that my vote would be for Dole. In other words, I'm realistic. The candidates are going to be Clinton and Dole. I know what Clinton is, and I know pretty much what Bob Dole is, too. And, no, I could vote for Bob Dole, as in voting for him, not against Clinton. I can do that. But, again, as an honest observer, and I'm trying to be an honest observer, I don't think he can win. I'm sorry. And I'll get faxes and letters and, Art, you'll make it happen. Your defeatism, your observations will make it happen. No, it won't. And even if that is the case, and I don't believe it to be the case, I don't have that kind of power. I don't delude myself. I don't have that kind of power. I have an obligation to come on here and tell you what I really think, even if it is, to me, and probably to you, I'm sure, depressing. If it changes, I'll let you know. I bet it doesn't. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yeah, good morning, Art. I can hardly wait for Charlie or Doc Democrat to call you about, and you can swing that.
About what?
That 11-page resume they've got about talk hosts.
Oh, you mean the
Charlie
thing
called you yet? No, he hasn't.
That thing I read you earlier,
Yeah,
you mean?
right.
Uh-huh.
Well, Rush Limbaugh read it this morning, and boy, he really tore that apart, too. But,
well, it is exactly the way they argue,
know.
so they must have been to the school.
Rush, I don't know. Art, can I talk a little bit about, I missed your first hour, so I missed your, you must have interviewed Luba, right?
Yes,
Luba
I did.
Brezhnev?
For 2 hours, yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, I missed her. 2 hours? No, I woke up at midnight. She wasn't on at midnight.
Oh, yes, she was. You must be down in Phoenix.
No, I'm in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Well, I guarantee you, I interviewed her from 11 to 1 o'clock.
Well, it must have been 1 o'clock when I woke up then.
Yeah, must have been, sir. Thank you. You woke up at 1. Yes, we did a 2-hour interview with Luba Brezhnev, the niece of Leonid Brezhnev, about Russia. It's worth hearing. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. No? Yes, there you are. Are you there?
Yes, Dan from Tacoma.
Oh, Dan, you got to speak up.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
On getting a Republican elected this year.
Yes.
Yeah, I figure a show like yours is what we need for him to get on there. And I also believe, he needs to come out and cut himself away from all the issues going on. Make his statement about the FBI files, about Travelgate, about Whitewater and everything, and then get to the real issues, and just get away from all that. And then finally, probably shoot Duke. But for independent, I figure, the only independent I could see would really help if we get him to go independent would be Colin Powell.
Colin Powell.
Yeah.
Colin Powell, indeed, if he were to run, which he has squarely said he is not going to, would have a chance of being a viable independent candidate that I could support. Maybe. I mean, did we ever really learn enough about Colin Powell? But viability is not a trivial issue. I mean, Colin Powell is viable. Survey after survey has shown he's the only one who might be able to beat both of them. So if he were to run, I would be forced to investigate and look very carefully at Mr. Powell. So that would be a maybe, depending on what he was all about. Will we ever know? I'll be back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 20th of June, 1996.
Somebody just sent me this. Art, without virtuous citizens, there is no true democracy. That's right. So what am I saying? I'm saying that my observations lead me to believe that we don't have enough virtuous citizens to sustain the republic that we've got for very much longer. What do you think this quickening thing is that I've been talking about? Or this, James Madison, democracy presupposes the virtue of its individual citizens. You're damn right. Same answer. If the American people elect Bill Clinton, they are laughing at honor, honesty, civic responsibility, and the wisdom of our founding fathers. Why do you think I'm so depressed? You're exactly right, whoever you are. David, thank you. Or this. Hi, Art. After the day I had, I thought I'd turn on my friend and get some respite from the arena. But it seems that your topic tonight is depressing you. Yes, you're exactly right. That's Diane down in L.A. You're right, Diane. And that tells you why I don't frequently do this. But the news and the events of the day have forced me into this. I mean, what's going on at the White House is astounding. This whole FBI thing is astounding. It is the most profound, horrible violation of rights that I've seen in a long time. And if you saw the Senate testimony yesterday, Diane, it can't be ignored. It has to be talked about. This is horrible. And the American people aren't even reacting. I mean, even Joe Biden, I'll defend a Democrat anytime Biden, was astounded yesterday. Even if the whole thing is a blunder, it's ineptitude, it's ignorance, it's on and on and on he went. And the American people are not responding to this. They apparently don't know what's going on, and Bob Dole isn't telling them. Bob Dole is not using what is so obviously here right now. And he proffered sort of a weak little joke. That was the only reaction from Bob Dole yesterday. And if Bob Dole isn't going to use something like this, then what kind of campaign can we expect out of Bob Dole? You tell me. As somebody else writes, if Bob Dole is a good man who can't win, and Bill Clinton is a bad man who will win, what does that make H. Ross Perot? My answer to you would be, H. Ross Perot was kind of a crazy but good man who could have won. I knew at the time that I voted for Ross Perot that he was kind of half crazy. And that he probably wouldn't last the term. But, you know, what I thought Mr. Perot would have done, and I'm sure he would have, is he would have gone to Washington like Mr. Smith. And he would have started bashing heads together. And he would have disturbed the force terribly. And I was really looking forward to that. Oh, yeah, he'd have flown off the handle, and he'd probably really just stood Washington on its head for a year or two. But that's what Washington needs. And I'll tell you this, as much respect as I have for Bob Dole, and he is an honorable man, he will not stand Washington on its head. Bob Dole's background is a long and honorable one of working inside the system. Mr. Clinton is the system. So there is a difference between the two men. But the difference right now that makes me depressed is that Mr. Dole is not a campaigner. If he was, he'd be out there right now. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. And what do we get? A joke. A weak joke yesterday from Bob Dole. You think I'm wrong? Come on ahead. Let's talk about it. If you can pick apart what I'm saying logically, not emotionally, come ahead. I want to talk to you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. Phil in Downey, California.
Hi, Phil.
I was going to just preface my main point by just suggesting that maybe your company could provide you with a couple of bodyguards going over there. I mean, you know, you must have made your company a couple of $zillion over the years. I think they could afford to give you a couple of bodyguards.
Bodyguards?
Bodyguards to Moscow or to
Yeah, I don't want to walk around with bodyguards. I could do that. I had them up at the book signing, and I don't generally like that. I'll try to be. I mean, in Moscow, I am nobody. They're not going to know who I am. I'm an American, and look, I'll just take my chances, and I'll play it safe. So,
okay,
if something happens, it does. I want to walk around. I want to see the place.
You know, well, they can keep 10 paces behind you. You know, they're not going to be right in your face all the time. But anyway, my main point was I have this strange feeling that the Republicans don't want to win this election somehow. I mean, you know, Bob Dole against this young.
Yeah.
This young guy, I don't know whether it's something to do with the new world order. They want him to win, conspiracy between parties or something. I mean, I just have this just crazy feeling that they don't want to win. And I just can't put my finger on it.
Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far. I think that what happened, I appreciate your call. I think what happened is Bob Dole is a good man. Bob Dole is an honest man. Bob Dole is a patriot. Bob Dole, and for a lot of people, earned what he has now. He did. He's put a lot of very hard-working, faithful years into this country. He's not always done what people like. He's compromised. That was his job. And it was sort of a tenure, almost a tenure kind of deal. Pat Buchanan was not going to win, was not going to be the nominee. When it came down to Pat Buchanan and Bob Dole, as it did, I knew at that moment where it was going. I knew Pat wasn't going to win, couldn't win, and I knew Bob Dole was going to, and that's when my depression began to set in long ago. So it accounts for my lethargic attitude now about the elections. I guess that's the right word, lethargic. I'm just not excited. In years past, elections past, and I've gone through a lot of them now in talk radio, I managed to get excited. Maybe I will yet, but I sure am not right now. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes.
I'm calling about you and Barb, your conversation.
Yes.
About Dewey.
Yes.
She mentioned that Dewey didn't win, that Roosevelt did. That was between Truman and Dewey.
That's correct. Well,
Yeah.
The idea was the miracle.
I know, and I'm hoping for one.
Well, it will take, in my opinion, divine intervention.
We could use it.
Do you feel do you think my assessment is wrong?
I'm hoping he'll win.
No, wait. I didn't say what you hope. What I hope is very different. I said my assessment.
Well, you have some good points there. I'm not going to come right out and say absolutely yes, because I'm not sure.
Well, I wish I felt the way you did. At least, at least you've got sort of a, kind of a mystical little hope and prayer.
Very much so.
Maybe I will.
Happened before.
Well, that's right. Miracles happen.
Yes.
All right. Thank
Good
you.
show. Good to talk to you.
Thank you. Take care. I feel this, intense need to come on and tell you not what I hope, but what I think and, what I observe. And so that's what I'm doing. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Dr. Democrat.
Well, hello.
Good morning, Art.
You called to cheer me up, did you?
Yeah, I want to correct you on a few of your analogies.
Yes.
The worst argument you could make about Bob Dole, why Bob Dole should become president, is the Supreme Court justices.
Really?
And the reason is because of abortion. The pro-choice people would be scared that Dole would appoint justices that would agree with him about a constitutional amendment to ban,
He's already said there'd be no litmus test, so what are you talking about?
Well, people don't believe that. He has no credibility. When he comes out and says that he's for a ban, he wants to use the Constitution to ban abortion, he has no credibility on that issue. So people are scared to death that he will get elected and, appoint justices like Scalia or somebody. But let me tell you something. This FBI files,
yes,
in my analogy, even if they find out Clinton was behind this, it's not going to hurt him for this reason.
Probably not. You're actually probably right, and that is part of the reason for my abject depression.
Right. My analogy is that the American people know that American politics is digging up dirt. For years, Republicans have dug up dirt on Democrats and vice versa. So they say power for the course. So what? Clinton dug up some dirt on Republicans, so what?
Using our national investigative agency, the FBI, to dig up dirt on political enemies, that's cool, huh?
Well, like I say, I don't think the people care. I think they think it's a part of American politics.
Well,
how many times throughout your life have you heard that, let's wait to find out what's in his closet? And it's just part of it's part of campaigning. So I don't think they're ever going to prove, and the reason Dole can't come out and start criticizing Clinton about this is there's absolutely no evidence that Clinton knew anything about it. You got two low-level people.
No, wait a minute. No, they were political operatives.
Yeah, I understand that.
Part of the Clinton administration, and where does the buck stop?
Yeah, but, I think talk radio is helping Bill Clinton because all these extremists get on the air and they start saying Clinton is a murderer, Clinton is a dope dealer, Clinton is this, Clinton has done everything from A to Z.
Well, I actually
and
agree. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that, as a matter of fact. Thank you. I think the Larry Nichols crowd is wrong, and I think I've said this many times before. I think that extremism is more harmful than it is helpful. There's plenty of real issues out there right now, and much as Doc may not think that the use of our National Investigative Agency, the FBI, for political purpose is not a bother or not a sin, maybe the American people agree with him, and maybe that's what's depressing me. But I do, on balance, agree that wielding unsubstantiated charges of murder and all the rest of it is not useful. Not useful. But my God, look at the issue of these FBI files. That is useful. That's a real, meaty issue. It's his administration. Whether or not he's directly involved, and I would have some suspicion that he probably knew exactly what was going on. It's his administration, and much as the liberals held certainly Ronald Reagan to blame for all the sins. My God, I remember the calls we would get. Ronald Reagan is the most corrupt this and that. He's had more officials indicted for this and that. Don't you remember that? That's one thing about having done this show for so many years. I've got a good long memory, like the GOP elephant. I remember all of that. So Bob Dole should be using this and using it now. And that he is not, I'm sorry, foretells to me the kind of campaign he's going to run. How many of you remember the Dukakis campaign? Take it on that cheek. Take it on that cheek. Never answer a charge. Never come back. Never get up and attack. And down he went like 10 pins in front of a professional bowler. And then the Bush campaign, the second one. Same deal. Lackluster kind of campaign. Well, that's what I see with Bob Dole. I'm sorry. That's what I see. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh, Art. Oh, my God. I followed Doc Democrat. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm wondering if you regard it as an honor or...
Oh, I do regard it as an honor because Doc Democrat is so wrong. And also, Art, you are following the wrong line right here because Bob Dole knows exactly what he's doing. He's playing the high road right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because what is it right now? Today is, this is June.
Yes, it is.
When's the election? November.
Yes, it is.
There are several months to go.
Yes, there are.
And he's going to come out both barrels within the last 3 or 4 months of the electoral process. Right now, he's playing the high road. Clinton can slam. Bob Dole, in the end, he's going to come in.
Bob Dole, sir, has made a statement. I'm sure you heard it, suggesting that he would not make character an issue.
But what is Clinton going to do? Clinton is going to start doing the same thing he's been doing since the time he got into the presidency.
I'll tell you what Clinton's going to do. He's going to try to paint Bob Dole with Newt Gingrich, and he's going to try to paint Bob Dole as an extreme.
What he's also going to do is he's going to start claiming that Bob Dole wants to starve children. He wants to have old people eating dog food.
That's right.
He's going to start doing that, and then Bob Dole's going to start throwing back with all the double talk that Clinton's been doing. He's going to start bringing up everything that's been coming up within the Clinton administration within the last 4 years. He's going to start slamming. He's going to start off on the high road. And then when Clinton starts digging into Bob Dole's going to say, well, I tried to do this as a clean campaign, but because this other side just keeps coming up with all these lies and all these exaggerations and all this stuff, he's going to say, I'm going to have to sit here and tell you people what exactly this administration has been doing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to turn around and he's going to have, there's going to be tapes of Bill Clinton from one day to the next, to the next, to the next, changing his story left and right. All this stuff coming boom, 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 boom. He's saving his money. He had to spend so much money in the Republican primary.
You know what I hear in your voice? I hear hoping and wishing and emotion.
No.
And wait a minute, now, let me finish. I gave you your shot.
Okay.
And I hear what you want to happen. And I want these things to happen too. And you imagine there's a tiger in his tank that I don't see. I'm sorry.
It's going to happen. And also, there's one other thing that's going to change the whole political process. There's one word.
Yes.
It's got 3 syllables.
Yes.
Indictment.
Well, that would be, now, there I agree with you. I have said right along the only way that Bill Clinton is going to be whooped is if Bill Clinton whoops Bill Clinton, and that could happen.
It's already happening, including with the FBI files, with Whitewater, with what Hillary's been doing, with everybody who's been connected with Bill Clinton, and all his close cronies. The only people who have been close to Bill Clinton that hasn't left.
Yeah, you know what you got to worry about here, though? It's the timing of it.
That's what he's waiting for.
Yeah, but if all of that comes down heavily, which it may, because it's beginning to speed up substantially before the election, then you've got a Bill Clinton who is not going to run for re-election, and you've got a different candidate.
Have you ever wondered why Bill Clinton hasn't declared his candidacy yet?
Yes, I mentioned it just the other morning, as a matter of fact.
And they asked him like a month or two ago.
I agree with you. I've got to run. It's possible. What you are suggesting is possible. No, I don't think he would resign from office. There would be a statement about Bill Clinton simply not wanting for more years, or some other reason, health reasons, who knows what they're going to say. It would be something like that, and Mr. Clinton would not run again. That could happen. And I suppose the man holds his options open. Interesting scenario, but you've got to worry about the timing. Because he would no doubt allow enough time for another candidate to be in place. And then you've still got a race. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, interesting, and I shall continue to follow it. And who knows, maybe there's reason for hope. I'll keep looking. For now, good night, America.